again.
Okay, we are
Okay.
on. Okay, perfect. First of all, thank you all for coming to this premiere. As I'll today, first time host a panel, so go easy on me and on us all together because it's our first time, but we'll do our best. Okay, first of all, the name of the panel is how Gen Z is reshaping the travel navigation. Habits, thank you. Okay, there will be plenty of moments like this where I forgot one English word, so I'll remind myself so don't get angry. Okay, so first of all, I'm Jan Mihaljevic, and I'm joined here with my dear friends. First, Adrian Krajcar, who has over 1.5 million followers on TikTok. Next, Carlo Turic, my dear friend who has over 100K followers on TikTok. And last, I should have started from Magdalena, but I'm sorry. Okay. Ladies first, yeah, that's the unwritten rule. That's the rule. Magdalena Zatko, my dear friend, who has over 120K followers on TikTok. She does beauty, lifestyle content, also travel content. Carlo, on the other hand, does cooking videos, travel tips and tricks. And in the end, Adrian makes impersonations of comedy sketches, as he is half American, so he combines the two worlds together, and that goes pretty viral quickly. Okay, we're going to talk about today about how the TikTok reshapes travel behaviors for Gen Z, and what this means for you as the people who work in travel and travel marketing. Okay, so we said a few disclaimers before the start. We are first time in this, so yeah, I said it already. You're welcome to join. Okay, thank you. Hello. Okay, so the first topic today is going to be the power of TikTok as a travel inspiration tool. What I mean by that, millennials and older people use Google to explore everything they want to know. For example, if they go to Rome, they will Google top 10 restaurants in Rome. You will get a list of restaurants and you will choose whichever you like. On the other hand, younger people nowadays use TikTok as a search engine. So let me explain. If you want to go to Rome, you Google TikTok top 10 places to eat in Rome. And you not only get a list of places, you also get a video and recorded food and examples and opinions of influencers itself. So that's the idea. So Carlo, I remember you were telling me earlier that you were in Norway.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
About 4 or 5 months ago, I planned my whole trip to Norway, to Oslo, all with the help of TikTok, because I feel it's a lot easier to imagine a trip, imagine a travel, generally imagine anything if you see a video and see it visually compared to reading a blog or an article or seeing an ad. That's why the whole trip was basically me watching on TikTok videos from other creators, from influencers, and from foodies like myself, how they explore like Norway and Oslo specifically. It really helped plan the trip because I literally saw things that I needed there when I come there. For example, arriving at the airport, I didn't have to figure out where to find, for example, the bus to Oslo, to the center. I saw the video, I knew where the bus is, I knew what steps I need to take, how long it will take, and in general, like planning out the trip with that. I found different locations I need to visit in Norway and Oslo. I found how they look. I knew what is close by based on the opinions I saw from people on there, basically because they put the videos out. They put their opinions out, they put the real life, like the real image of something. It isn't scripted, it usually isn't paid, so you get real opinions of other people that visited as well. And with that said, it really helps planning, and it helps picking the right decision, like picking the right places. Because if someone films a video and tells you how amazing it is and how he enjoyed, for example, waffles with cheese, which was really crazy but tasty, it's a lot more like impactful compared to just seeing, for example, an ad, travel to Oslo, that's it. Or reading an article, oh, Words can get to you, it can trigger like emotions and stuff, but seeing videos and seeing someone's like expression when he tastes something, seeing someone putting effort in making the video about the travel, that takes time. Editing takes time, planning takes time, saying stuff for the video takes time. So if someone went through all this trouble to showcase a place or a simple food dish for you to see, for others to see and to experience on TikTok, that's a deal breaker. That's something you wanna keep an eye on.
Okay, I'm sure that our guests are not questioning themselves. You can do all that on YouTube, right? You have a vlog from Oslo. But the difference between TikTok and YouTube is on YouTube, you get a 20-minute, half an hour, 1.5 hour video in which you have to scroll down through the video to find exact topic you're interested in. On the other hand, on TikTok, what do you have?
You literally have like 30 seconds. You have all the information you are looking for in a short like snippet that's easily to consume and easily like to watch. And then you can also make like collections on TikTok. I know I have like a few different like collections of videos, like favorites that are saved. And for Oslo specifically, I had a map with all the videos that are like related to my trip saved, so I can go back to them when I'm in Oslo and just rewatch stuff that I need, like in a short, like 20-second video, and not searching through a whole YouTube video.
Yeah, and we're also talking about all the time. You saw, I guess you saw a video that starts with only 15 minutes from Zagreb. You have this amazing place. Da 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 da. Okay, we're talking about those kind of videos where you have visual and talkative hook on the beginning, because people are scrolling to TikTok and they're watching only the content they are interested in. So if you don't get your audience interested in the first few seconds, then you will lose them. They will continue scrolling. So we'll talk about that later. Now, question for Magdalena. Your content reaches a lot of people. Plenty of times over 1 million people per video. So how do your travel videos inspire your followers, and do you see them engaging with travel related videos by booking or going somewhere that you said to them they will be good to go, if you know what I mean?
Hello. Okay. Hello, everyone. Sorry if I mess up. I'm stressed.
Take your time. It's okay.
So yeah, creating videos for TikTok is sometimes hard because you have to pick out all the best stuff some place has to offer, and your video has to be interesting so the audience will watch it and take advices from it or include it in their visits or decisions for future. So yeah, when I make travel videos, I always try to film the best of the place where I'm at. And often when I do that, people have positive comments saying, "I really like that. That is interesting," or I would love to visit that place." So the
Or maybe I already visited that place. Right?
yes, that's also, and they share their thoughts about that place, and yes.
And I'm sure when other viewers look at the video where other people say it's great, it's like they trust in it easier than just watching a commercial on TV, on radio, or etc.
Yes.
On the other hand, Adrian, question for you. You also have travel videos. Those you impersonate a Balkan man. That's his prior content. And I saw your video where you say, "Balkan man, can you go to Athens, Greece?" And you say, "Of course," and you are here in Athens. So how do you use humor to connect travel with your audience?
Okay, so I was usually a travel photographer back in 2019. And in 2020, when everything locked down, you couldn't travel anymore. So I stuck to comedy, especially Balkan comedy, like going like Croatian and just like having some laughs. And that went skyrocket. People started like, "Oh, you're that Balkan guy. You're the Balkan man." And I was like, I want to travel again, but I've gained over 1 million followers that follow me for my Balkan content, for my comedy skits and everything. And I was like, how can I turn that into traveling? Like, I really would love to travel. That's what I always did. And then it got me thinking, like, why don't I do the skits, but while traveling? So impersonate a Balkan guy traveling. So I wouldn't be using this voice. I would be using this way. You know, I would act like a Balkan guy, goes around, goes into Athens, Italy, and it worked. I started a brand where people ask me in the comments, can you go here? Can you go there? And every time I travel, you get also comments like, oh no, I've been there, I loved it. Or what is this restaurant? Where'd you eat? Because if it's not sponsored, I'm not gonna tell you guys like exactly where it is. But when it's like for sponsors videos, like I had plenty, which I'm gonna tell you later on. But people are interested in where you go, what you do, what you eat, and honestly, the little things. I think when Athens, Greece, I went to the Acropolis, and then they asked me just like, oh, where'd you find that gyros? And, you know, and it's like, that wasn't the main part of the video, but they're very interested in the food and the places where you stay in and what you do.
Thank you so much. Here we saw that. I like that part where people comment, I like it here, or I would like to go there. They also tag their friends, right? So people would not go alone on some trips. It's not very popular. But when they tag someone close to them, okay, now 2 people know for that place, 2 people will watch for that video. The 3rd person, we get to know it through, I don't know, coffee or a lunch break or something like that. Okay, next, I would like to talk about how does Gen Z like to travel. We're talking, yeah, it's pretty wild, I would say. I would say older generations, maybe I'm wrong, prove me if I'm wrong, but older generations like to travel pretty organized, right? They like to have a timetable of everything they will visit. They want to know up in front which places they would visit. But on the other hand, us Gen Z, I don't know if that's good, but that's how we work. We like spontaneous trips. We like authentic places, like family-owned businesses, and I don't know, etc., etc. So
I have the perfect example for this,
Okay,
and it's
go on.
again tying back to the Norway trip. It was my first time traveling by plane, and it was probably the furthest I ever was from Croatia as
Wait,
well.
sorry, you were alone or?
I was completely alone, just backpack trip, nothing major, and the whole plan, like the places I want to visit, those came from TikTok, seeing what I like, what I want to see, what I want to taste. But then when it comes to planning, like I never liked agency planning and stuff like that. It just doesn't fit my flow. I like to take my time on different spots, and having a strict like time plan didn't work. So the way I did it, I was basically taking all those places I saw on TikTok, making a list, and making my kind of plan with ChatGPT. Like just plan telling it to give me what's close to another, so I can fit it in 2 days. I'm there, and then I literally had like a base plan on how I want to travel, how I want to move around the city. It did make some mistakes, so I did go back and forth a few times, but that's part of the like experience. Yes, because I saw the same place like 2 or 3 times, and then the 3rd time I went in and tried some crazy pastry. It was too sweet, but it's part of the experience. It's part of the like, well, Gen Z travel, because you don't have the strict plan. Like I went where I saw it fits, and then if something pops up in the middle of something I planned, it just came, okay, let's do a detour, let's do now this, look around. Or if some things I don't like, I thought I'd spend like an hour there, I just didn't like it, and I cut it in like 20 minutes and I move on. That's part of the like authentic like experience, and just finding little like nuggets all around.
Okay, perfect. I'm sure all of you know for a term hidden gem. Okay, maybe yes, maybe not. Hidden gems are like places that not many people know about. So question for all of you, give me one hidden gem you ever visited or wanted to visit because you saw it on TikTok or anywhere. You heard it from a friend that saw a TikTok or etc.
Okay, so I know for Tunnel Bridge, if you know of, it is underground tunnel that was built in the time of World War II. Today it is used for arts events such as Advent, for example, and it can be pretty cool. So you can either go to visit some crazy event or you can take a peaceful walk, and not many people know about it.
I'll share the hidden gem from Hvar from this summer. It was basically shown in a video, like a very secluded, small like bay, all like small stones and like perfectly like turquoise, greenish color of the sea, and it seemed so peaceful. It was about 25 minutes walk, a very intense walk up and down the hill, which my girlfriend didn't like, but it was very worth it because it felt so very peaceful. Like that's the whole point. It was so peaceful. I think it was us and 3 more people, and it's probably the best beach I ever saw. And it's not even on the maps. Like it's just follow this path and you'll get there. Okay. And then you see the video where you see where the person was, and you're like, damn, I need to visit this. It's so cool. So yeah, that's my hidden gem, but don't visit. I want to keep it for myself.
Yeah, I'm gonna say some about a hidden gem that's not really a hidden gem anymore, and I haven't been there, but I would love to because of TikTok in general. TikTok made it so popular that everybody wants to go there. It's in Egypt. It's an Airbnb, and basically it has just a balcony where you have a huge view of the pyramids. It's like one of the best with the sunset, and every influencer went there, recorded it, and it became so popular that an Airbnb became the most wanted place to go to just to wake up in the morning and see that view. But there's a lot of influencers that did like, how does this Airbnb look like? Because they were only showing the view. They weren't showing anything else. They were just showing the balcony view. But to get there, you have to go through the dodgy area of Egypt. So like people are like crime and everything. So you have to go there through with your suitcase, and the elevator doesn't have a door, and yeah, it's basically very ugly looking behind. But the view was so worth it that everybody was going there. You know, like they would pay probably 500 a night just to have that view, but everything else didn't matter to them. But it's a cool hidden gem that's not really hidden anymore because of TikTok.
You got there empty pockets, but it was worth it. Okay. I would like to add on one more. It's my like favorite place in Croatia. If you haven't been there, please do it. Canyon Zrmanja. So Canyon Zrmanja. It's the place is called Muškovci, I think. There is like a pretty cool rafting place. You can rent kayaks, and that's the video I shared on my TikTok and Instagram. It got over 1 million views. I didn't believe that there are so many people in Croatia that never saw it, never heard of it, because it's pretty D route, as Adrian said. You have to take a D route from the road and ride like 20 minutes down the rocky road and everything to get there. So that's the pretty cool stuff of side of TikTok. You can share to the world something that's never been heard before. Okay, Carlo, one question for you quickly. You're a food content creator primarily.
Yep.
In the past, he was doing with like wild animals and everything, but
Very.
he how do you say it?
I transitioned into food as it's something a lot more like appealing both to me to create content.
More appealing than spiders, right?
More appealing than spiders, yes. So it was very like interesting in the start, but now I've been doing food content for the past year. And yeah, a very different type of content.
Okay, how can that content connect with travel content?
Yeah, so I'll take again back to Norway because it was such a great experience because the stuff I saw there about the dishes that are interesting, that's what I wanted to see when I come there. For example, I ate smoked whale. It's something you can't imagine before, but you see it. It looks interesting, and then you want to try it. I tried something like creme brulee, but it was with small like burnt fat on top instead of sugar, which was also very like weird, sweet and salty at the same time. Like stuff like that is worthy like of a visit, and that's where basically my content also comes in like ties into, because I love to like explore foods and then I love to recreate them. For example,
So you direct the whale in Croatia and joke. That's a joke.
yeah, no whales in Croatia, sadly. Although I would love to try to recreate that. But on my Hvar visit, I ate a very, very good salmon dish. And when I came back home, the first video I made after my trip was exactly that dish from that restaurant. Like, because I try it, I study what could go into it, what could bring that flavor, and then I recreate it and just mention, oh, this is from there. Not the specific place, but it's something you can explore in this and that place. And I think that that is something foodies and people that generally love food, which, let's be honest, everyone loves food. That's something that can get people hooked just to travel.
Okay, great. Let me see. Sorry. Okay, we have the next topic. Okay, that's the part where I get confused, but don't mind. Okay, next we're going to talk about how can you use TikTok to promote your own business or to promote your own hotel, restaurant, whatever it is, destination. We talked about that last year. We had some good students, as we see today. So perfect example of a company using a TikTok to make a trend or to make a name of them or to be more visible, I would say. I don't know if you saw that Four Seasons Orlando baby on TikTok or Instagram. Yes? No? Anybody? Anybody? Okay, no. The story goes like this. It was not a campaign initiated by Four Seasons Orlando. It was actually a video made from one aunt that recorded her niece. She basically asked everyone in the video, who wants to go to the Four Seasons Orlando? Okay. And it was funny because the baby was a year old and she went like, me, okay? Why is that so viral? Because that made a trend about completely conscious baby. The next steps were it got over 330 million views worldwide. Everyone knows about Four Seasons Orlando, at least in our generation, Gen Z. If you ask anyone, everyone knows about that. So what Four Seasons Orlando did, they invited her and her family into their hotel chain. On their TikTok, they made a few videos with music, the kid, the baby, enjoying the pool, enjoying the amazing food, enjoying the massage, and enjoying everything there is to offer in their hotel. Those videos got, you guessed it, a lot of views, okay? So, Maggie, we talked about that Italian hotel. You were saying me something, please, some more.
Yes, in Dolomites, well, they did something that is useful for them and for influencers. They made a partnership with them. They gave them in exchange for content, stay in their hotel, and they had to make some content about hotel. For example, room tours, how is the food, what hotel offers, and serve that to their audience, which was really big. So the result of that was bigger reach for hotel and bigger visits, and hotel was certainly more recognizable than before.
Okay, just to compare two sides. First example of a baby from Four Seasons Orlando, that was user-generated content. So hotel chain didn't pay the baby to make that video, okay? But on the other hand, what you can do, you can pay the professionals. That's why I went professionals, because content creators often get paid, or they get free hotel stays in exchange for content that promotes their hotel. That's pretty straightforward way of doing the promotion on TikTok. But we'll also discuss later on how to encourage people to go to make user-generated content. For Adrian, quick question. You said to us before that you are a photographer. TikTok and often your photos shine on TikTok and get a lot of views. How can tourism brands create visually stunning content that resonates with us, the Gen Z audience? Sorry.
Well, I think it's all about aesthetic. I don't know if Gen Z and the other generations find aesthetic differently, but I feel like it's kind of the same. Through TikTok, you learn a lot how Gen Z views some places and where they want to go, what they want to do, because this generation is all about the phones, about where they're going to go and how they're going to record it. If some place looks great, if it looks aesthetically pleasing, they will want to go. So the going back to the pyramids where you have the whole scene, like the Gen Z will absolutely pay the $500 a night just to get that view, photo, video for their Instagram, even if they have 100 followers. It's more of a I've been there, I did that, and I feel like if you just go through the search engine and see what TikTok is offering, what's trending there, the aesthetic, why, like you can kind of copy and start your own trend. Like if you have a hotel, find the most aesthetic place there and make videos there, make influencers make videos over there. If you have a restaurant as well, just the aesthetic part of it is actually a big thing to Gen Zers. They really want to have a nice photo or a video.
Yeah, I want to add one little detail here. Like, I feel our generation is very much so, if it isn't online, it didn't happen. So like experiences, dishes, food, accommodation, visit, everything has to be photo worthy, Insta worthy, because then we share it. And even like Adrian said, like even if it's 100 followers, people love to share because it's like this small like pride. Like, I visited here. Did you? Like, I didn't see you visiting here online, so you probably didn't. That's the key, and that's where TikTok shines. Like, you can get people to visit because you show how Insta-worthy and how photo-worthy something is.
Yeah, with the 100 followers and stuff like that, I have so many friends also like, oh, I'm not an influencer, but when I go traveling, like I become the most biggest food blogger, biggest I don't know if it's just Gen Z, but everyone when they go on vacation, they make as much as videos and they just become influencers to themselves. Like it's 100 followers, 1,000 followers, they'll still pretend to be an influencer, you know?
Okay, great. That was the aesthetic side of, I would say, promoting your brand, your hotel, your whatever from tourism. On the other hand, we know that aesthetic, perfect pictures and professionally made videos don't go well on TikTok as they should have. I mean, if you see a perfect video on TikTok that's 120 FPS and everything is perfect, scened, everything, the lighting is great, they don't go well as they should. Magdalena, creativity and being fun, that's, I think, the #1 priority for brands and for us creators. If you make a perfect video, it doesn't go well, we said it, but what can you do to be more creative, more fun, and everything to go viral on the other hand on TikTok?
Well, I would say it's all about the trends. You have to follow them, engage with what people watch, what they like to watch, keep up with popular sounds, hashtags, and stuff like that. And when you do such videos, don't make it like an ad. Just make it spontaneously as you can.
Okay, spontaneously, and we talked about those visual and talkative hooks on the beginning.
Yeah.
Carlo, I think you can add something great here because you work in social media.
Yeah.
What are hooks? What are visual talkative hooks? What is
So
that?
when someone says the video needs a visual and a talkative hook, it basically means the first like words, the like first sentence you say has to be something tempting. Like, I'm recreating cartoon dishes, for example. And then for the visual side, it needs to be something happening in the first like sentence. You can switch like 2 or 3 scenes while the first like sentence is talked, just to be like very dynamic, very impactful, and that gets the people to watch, that gets them interested in what's going to happen next. And with TikTok and Instagram Reels, but primarily TikTok, it's all about just quick, non-professional like shots. If you do like for example, you're filming a video and you have like 20 shots, you don't need to perfect each one, like correct the white balance. No, you just cut them so it fits, it's dynamic, it's quick, you get to the point, and that's where TikTok is like amazing.
With us Gen Z, there is I can call it disease because it's called TikTok attention. Has anybody heard of it? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, my somebody's calling me. Yeah. Sorry. TikTok attention. Briefly, you see TikTok attention. I don't know what, what I was saying. Okay. On TikTok, I think us don't go in that category easily because I see kids younger than us, like 15, 16, 17. I guess your kids, maybe. Yeah. They look at TikTok. They're scrolling at such speed. It's not. Yeah. Somebody here is showing. Yeah. It's like a video. It has a few lines of text in it. He or she sees it for a fraction of a second, and they just continue scrolling. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, if you look at your kids closely or anyone younger than you closely, they have this TikTok attention that goes in real life, everyday life. So, do you think we watch YouTube videos nowadays? No, they're too long, they're boring, not as much is going on in there. Okay, us, when we were 15, 16, we were watching like 10, 20-minute videos.
Yeah.
But now we consume
Different times.
yeah, we consume so much content that we want more and more and more. It's here. It's psychological. It's crazy. So that's why it's important to have a visual and talking hook. You have to hook someone to watch the video till the end with something that happened on the beginning. That can, for example, be we have that one sentence that goes well every time. Watch till the end of the video if you want to find out why. For example, we have this amazing lobster in our restaurant. How it's made, you will find out in the end of the video. That's one example. Or this amazing room. Look at this amazing room. Where it is, you will find out in the end of the video. So that way, you hook someone to be till the end, and that's your goal as a person you're working in tourism. Okay. Now is the time where I get confused. Wait a minute, sorry. We're talking about that baby from Four Seasons Orlando. Another perfect example of that user-generated content where you don't have to pay something, you just hop on or make a trend. It's hard to make a trend, but we'll get to there. User-generated content. We have an example from booking.com. I guess a lot of you advertise themselves, and you book the people book stays at your place over booking.com. They launched a campaign in which they didn't have to pay for anything. They just encouraged the people to post a video with the hashtag TikTok made me book it. That's the example that Adrian said earlier. Airbnb, okay, people saw it on Airbnb, but Booking, on the other hand, encouraged people to post a video with hashtag TikTok made me book it. What do I mean by that? Carlo, you're an expert at creating recipes, right? Why not TikTok made me cook it?
It's definitely a possibility. Like if a lot of brands go for it, and if it's shown in a very appealing way, and it gets traction, which on TikTok it's not that hard if you know how to approach it. It definitely is possible to do. Like TikTok made me cook it, TikTok made me taste it, and stuff like that. For example, you mentioned the very good like hook. This is how our famous croissant is made. This is how the famous cevapi are made. Like stuff like that brings the people in. It makes them interested in the place, in the visit, in the travel. So definitely possible to just ride the wave or create the wave on your own, like with your hashtag and your trend. Even though, like Jan mentioned, it's very hard to plan to make a trend, but yeah.
Okay, it's quite impossible to make a trend by deciding to make it. Okay, the trends are made on, how do you say it?
On a whim.
Spontaneously and not intentionally, yeah. So how to make, question for every one of you, how to make fun and creative content, for example, to attract food bloggers, food travelers. What can you do as a tourist brand to attract people who are food travelers, food bloggers?
I would definitely go with showing how the food is made, because a lot of people value like the work that's put in instead of just the plate they get in the end. So showing behind the scenes how it's prepared and how where you get the food, how you, for example, grow the food as well, is very interesting to people, because everyone loves behind the scenes. It's stuff that you don't get to see. But it's the experience you live through. So if you get the behind the scenes, oh, how is this room cleaned after you, for example? Also very interesting. How you prepare in the morning before any guests get to the tables in the restaurant. Very interesting. Like that, stuff you can't see unless the brand posts. That's interesting, and that's the part the brands like. That's the leverage the brands have. Day in the life of a hotel manager, day in the life of a line cook, all very interesting facts and videos.
See, that's a great example, because not just what they can't see, but I feel like people don't connect with brands because they don't feel. It's a great way to make it more personal on TikTok, because it's really quickly, but like day in the life of a cook, you meet the Sheraton local cook and you know a story about him, maybe something deeper, and it can all be scripted. It doesn't have to be now spontaneous. It can be scripted, but it has to be planned out that it's connection. Maybe the cook has a wonderful story that no one hears, and then, oh wow, Sheraton is sharing something. Sheraton is sharing something yeah, with us. Their employees, they care about the employees. I want to go there. I want to meet the cook or something. It's make the brand feel more like a family, you know. I feel like
yes.
Coca-Cola started as well with like commercials. It started working like that, but now it's TikTok. It's short form content, and it feels more natural. At least to our generation, commercial doesn't feel as natural what it used to do like 20 years ago. So I feel like TikTok is a great way to promote personality, family, scripted wise, non-scripted. It works.
Yeah, I feel the number one mistake brands usually make is approach it the same way you would do with TV commercials, and it's horrible, and it's an instant swipe from everyone, because if it feels like a commercial, it is a commercial, and people need to learn that.
Okay, that's the hard truth you needed to hear. Okay. Also, one part I would like to cover. Myself, I'm like fitness content creator, and also food and travel, like mix of everything. We talked about a lot about food. We talked about what else behind the scenes. I think we should add on some, like, what is the number one thing that comes to your mind about your business. We talked about jet skiing, right? And kite, what's kite? Parasailing, yeah. That's number one. I talked with her last year, and I have to say that you're doing a good job, because you posted a lot of videos showing that number one thing that you are known for. So she made videos like with in action from the sky, from the land. What? Do you want to add something? Maybe. Okay, great. So these are things I, as a person who is like young and in social media and everything, I never saw that up until that moment. So think about the things you have that divide you from everyone else. If that's food, action, what else? Offerings of any kind. That's the idea. Next, the very important topic we have to cover, and we will cover, it's sustainability and ethnical travel. Okay, if I ask any of you, if you're choosing, no, actually, if I ask any of you if a hotel has a solar panel, how many of you would say, yeah, that's the reason I would go there? Raise your hand. Is that something even important to you? Not really, right? Okay, yeah, they have solar panels. So what? I think I want that my room is clean. I want that food is amazing, etc., etc. But if I asked you, you have two same hotels. Each of them has 4 stars. Each of them has similar rooms, similar location. Price is the same, 200 euro per night. I don't know. But one has solar panels. Which one will you use? Pick. Okay, with solar panels. It's pretty obvious. So, Carlo, you're an expert. No, sorry, wrong one. Sorry. So we agreed on that 4-star thing and solar panel thing. Also, one thing I'd like to cover: food waste. It's actually pretty more serious than solar panels. I often see in hotels, I don't know, wherever I stay at, I hate to see like a big bucket of scrambled eggs. There is like at that time 15 people in the hotel. There is no way that we're going to eat it. I eat as much as I can because I like to eat, but I cannot eat as much so it doesn't go to waste, right? But on the other hand, Magdalena, we talked about that place you visited where they make food in front of you. Or something.
Yes.
Okay.
So that was not long ago. I was at that one hotel where they made your breakfast in front of you. And that was like, wow, great. You know, you roll out of your bed and you go to their kitchen and they make eggs for you. You choose your size, you choose your toppings, and it's all there. And that was like, wow.
Okay, that's one way to lower food waste, right? Also, I think there are more and more examples of hotels, places where they
Well,
where they grow their own food, they plant them, they have their own gardens, or even better, they get food and everything from local suppliers. Nice, thank you for staying behind my back. Thank you. Okay, so that's another great example. Have you ever visited any place that has like sustainability and everything we talked about? No, but why not?
On some occasions, yes. Even though usually it's not pushed as hard as it should be, especially for our generation that cares more about like organic and more natural things. So it definitely should be like brought up a lot more.
Yeah, I'm Cilla Mezesi, representing the European Spas Association, and for this young generation, I can offer you a lot of visits for good example of waste management. Definitely also hotels, they have circulation of thermal water using the 3 times, also for bio-organic, huge garden, production of the whole thermal hotel, 60%. I don't eat so much breakfast, but it was so tasty. And when I heard, yeah, they have a bio garden, I had to visit that. So I can deliver you a lot of content. That's what I wanted to say, which is about sustainability, about green, organic.
Okay, thank you so much. That was very interesting. Now I want to go there, but okay. So this topic was actually not to make you go eco-friendly and everything. It was like to stand out these priorities that Gen Z has more and more. Maybe 4 of us are not like into that. We're not as much interested as we should have be. But I know a lot of my friends, they don't have to be vegans and vegetarians. They just care about the environment. And that's the number one thing they choose when traveling. So if that's a little change you can implement in your business, you will do good. You'll do between those 2 hotels with 4 stars, you will stand out. You will get on booking on wherever you promote yourself. You will stand out between these Concurrencia.
Competition.
Competitors, competition. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, so now is the time to. Sorry, this is the part where I. Okay. So this next 15 minutes I left for us to advise you as best as we can. This is the part where you ask as much questions as you want, as little as if you want to go to lunch as soon as possible. But the idea is for us, we might not know a lot about tourism, but we can say that we know about social media. So this is the part where I encourage you to ask us as much questions as you want. Not many people raised hands in the beginning when Frano asked you who has TikTok. So if anyone wants to open TikTok, if anyone wants to pay someone to make TikToks from them, that's also the option. So please, whatever comes to your mind, ask, because you will save us by questioning. Anyone? Okay, I'll be the runner here. Okay.
Hello, I'm Eva. I work at the Ministry of Tourism and Sport in the International Cooperation Office. And well, actually, I have a question as a mother who doesn't have a TikTok. And also, actually, I said to myself, I will open one account once my children will open it. But I'm curious, how much time do you spend on TikTok making content? Do you do the montage of this video, or it's completely spontaneous? And actually, is this your profession? Do you live? Maybe I really feel old. I'm not old in the head, but I do have some age. So I'm really curious. So this is your profession. Can you live out of it? And do you? And okay, beside TikToks, what other sources do you do you? Do you have, and also do you consult? Do you still read books? I'm very much interested in that. Thank you.
Great question. Who wants
okay.
to go first?
I'll go first with this one. I'll go first. I don't read books. Sorry, no books for me. But the previous parts, the TikToks, it usually, for example, for my dishes and food, like recipes and everything, it's usually about 30, 40 minutes of filming. About 20 minutes of script writing, what's going to be in the voiceover, and then about an hour of editing. So each video has approximately 2 to 3 hours of work behind it. As far as it goes for the full time, for me, it's not yet, although it probably will be in the more than near future. I work as a copywriter and social media manager along with this. But basically implementing the same things I know about attention, socials, that I learned from my TikTok to the business I work for. So yeah.
That's actually TikTok is 100% profession because he's hired to be social media manager. That's like close to it. There is no school, there is no college to make you learn all those things. It's like practice, and practice makes perfect.
I just want to add, like, for example, with this job as well, it literally was being hired because I had the content behind me. It wasn't the other way around. It's I got the job because I have experience in socials, being a TikTok creator from long before.
Yeah, well, TikTok can be a profession. I've been making social media content since I was like 13, 12, like when I was, but professionally since 2020. So when it takes one video, 2 videos for people to actually remember you and to stick with you. And if you know how to actually handle that and grow it into a brand in your own name, it can definitely be a profession. And does it take time? For some videos, yes. For some videos, no. But the more you do it, the more natural it becomes. So for myself, like, I get inspiration from other TikTok videos. I don't watch TikTok in a way a lot of kids do, where they're like, just scroll, I want to see entertainment. You do, if you guys want to start a social media, a TikTok, if you guys want to start a TikTok, I suggest like in a week, watch TikTok, but through a brain of, why did this go viral? So let's see, how did this hook, how did this make me feel? How did this make me feel? How did I watch it to the end? Why? How? I ask myself that, and when you actually try and learn, you understand why that happened. But yes, I live comfortably off of TikTok, YouTube, Instagram. I have a lot of brand deals. I help other brands also grow. And also I'm a streamer. So that's all in together. It is a full-time job for me. And I read books about business.
I have one interesting thing that happened to me because of TikTok. For example, my college offered me free scholarship because of my content, and I now manage their socials and make content for my college. So that was really, really great because my college is great, and that was
That's pretty
Amazing.
cool. You had experience prior to studying, and they saw it, and they
Yes, yes.
gave you an opportunity. I want to be the little devil here. Why? Because for me personally, I would never let my TikTok be my prior job, primary job,
Primary.
primary job. Okay. Why? Because it takes one video controversial that's against guidelines. That's I don't know, in any way that TikTok deletes your account. Instagram deletes your account. You lose all your data. You cannot get to your account anymore. And what then? You can start again, but you will. I think that it will be pretty hard to get to that number once again. So me personally, I work as a radio host here in Zagreb. I also finished fitness fitness as a fitness coach. Thank you, thank you. You can see I don't read as much books as I should. That's why us Gen Z often have that social anxiety, but we do our best to stick it to the side. Yes. Yeah, of course. Maybe you're loud enough, but
Sorry, hi to everyone. I went to TikTok and I tried, and then I saw some people there. They are sitting and they are talking nonsense. You know, they're insulting other people. They are fighting. They are threatening each other. I'll come to your city. I'm gonna kill you. This is what I found on TikTok. But there is like 13,000 people sitting and watching their live. They're calling it live. They go live and they're watching in this, and they take the credit cards of their parents, and they throwing some lions, some roses, some hearts or something to them, and they, you know, and these guys who are fighting, who are threatening to each other, they're driving very nice cars in our city. They're living very nice lifestyle, but these young kids, you know, 12 or 15,000 people, they're watching them for 2-3 hours, and they're throwing the money. How do they get their money? How do they get the money? How do they get access to the parents' credit cards? And who allows them to use this money to throw to someone? I heard the lion costs 400 euros. So I'm very, you know, the guy sits there, he has 2 teeth in his, you know, mouth. No, this is the truth. You check the Huda company in Bosnia and some Patak or something, and you will see these are very, Huda company is the most famous guy in Bosnia, and the guy, he doesn't know, you know, to put two things together. Search him. And he has a Porsche Cayenne, big house, and he make a party, like 3,000 people comes to his party, and he has a live against Patak. And these 3,000 people, they are throwing him money like, you know, 400, 500, 600. So this is something I really don't understand, and I would like you to advise me. What type is this? No, sorry.
Okay.
after this, you won't understand everything still, but okay.
Yeah, I don't think we can clear this, but like TikTok Live and TikTok, 2 different things. But also, I do TikTok Live, but as a gaming streamer. But those kind of streams,
He's the guy.
yeah, but no, those kind of no, I'm not that guy. But those kind of streams happen all around the world, and Croatia, Bosnia, they have a whole pack together. So when you see big gifts, those are usually all friends where they donate big, so other small people, oh my God, they're all doing it, so I'm gonna do it. It's an unethical pyramid scheme type stuff. It is, because I know those people. And you have that all around the world, and I will never get it. No one will ever get it. It happens to other people where drama creates. Some people just love drama, and they want to. It's fake. They insult each other like a Serbian and a Croatian. Let's go on the live and let's see if Croatia send me money so Croatia can win. Send me money so Serbia can win. But they're friends. They're buddies. It's not just kids. Like I would say, yeah, maybe
You would be excited.
TikTok Live
Surprised,
is TikTok Live is not that much compared to TikTok. TikTok is where the kids are. Sure, there is some like anywhere on Twitch, on YouTube and stuff. Kids get credit cards for everything. They're gonna spend money on Candy Crush. They're gonna do whatever it takes. So if they land on a streamer, yes, but you'd be surprised how many adults have an addiction of gifting. there's a gifting addiction, just as a casino gambling addiction. They're gonna get their money. What do I spend it on? I want attention, and there are 18 to 50-year-olds on TikTok Live where they just actually gift. They just want to feel loved or praised something, and yeah, it's some sort. It's not a scam, but it's a money grab. You know, people are creating drama. Same with us watching maybe like Big Brother and stuff. How can you watch that? It's interesting. We don't donate money, but we view it, and then the Big Brother gets money from that, from advertisement and stuff like that. It's just drama sells. So how long does it sell? We don't know how long this is going to take, but it's been 3 years and they've been living fine, and it's crazy money. But yeah, that is just it's some sort of scheme that where they can make a lot of money.
And you mentioned that lion. I guess everyone in the room questions themselves, what lion? What? It's like a 3D animation when you pay 400 euros, you said. It's like a lot of diamonds, and there is an animation that pops up on a screen of a lion roaring. And what the streamer does in that moment, oh my God, Tvrtko, you're amazing. Everyone follow Tvrtko. Everyone. And that's basically it. I don't understand it. It's like, I just continue scrolling. I could only imagine what is in your hands. It's like sick. I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, grozno. We have a question back there. Okay. Here you go.
Hi, I'm Stella from Horvat HTL. We talked a lot about brands, but if we talk about travel industry, we have to talk about destinations. And if we talk about destinations, then we mostly talk about tourism boards. So tourism boards are usually the ones who are in charge of destination promotion. We know that tourism boards are sometimes, more often than not, limited with their capacity to engage people and maybe with their budgets and things like this. And we have we have a few good examples of tourism boards that know how to lead their social accounts, but we also see a lot of them who don't know how to do that. So do you maybe have some advice on that? So I don't know.
I have one like really great advice here because I've encountered like me working at a company. There's a lot of corporate structure and a lot of things go through a lot of hoops. With TikTok and generally the approach to socials, it shouldn't be like you shouldn't overthink it. It should be a lot more like casual and just see if it works. If it doesn't, no one will see it anyways. Like it won't stay relevant if it's something that isn't perfect for the brand or the video flops or something. It's out there that day and people will forget it. But on the same side, if you approach it and do a video, not overthinking it and just post it consistently, there will be one video that does work really well and that does get a lot of attention, and from there you can build more. Like, because once you find something that works for you and for the board or for the brand, you can repeat the same thing with a different angle. For example, I found a really good hook that worked with me. It literally started with, did you know? And I didn't show anything what I cook until the very, very end. I was doing the same type of videos, the same type of hook, the same structure for like 3 months. It was my biggest growth in the like food niche. Because you just gotta keep making consistent videos and just testing, experimenting, not overthinking. If something gets like 200 views, okay, try the next thing. One thing will stick and one thing will then be the deal breaker for the brand and for the board.
I would like to add on something. Earlier this year, I worked for Požeško-slavonska county or region. They had their Instagram account and they also have, they still have it, their accounts on TikTok and Instagram. When they make their videos on their own, they don't get as much views. So they hired me and my colleague, content creators. They invited us to visit Požeško-slavonska county. They guide us to adrenaline park, paragliding, dinner at a nice restaurant. They encouraged us to post a video, post a story, post a TikTok, tagging them, and we made a collaboration post on Instagram. Us all together got over 200,000 views. So a lot of people commented like, "Oh, I've never been there," and a lot of people from there commented, "Yes, come and visit us. It's amazing here. It's amazing there. Also, when you are in Požega or in somewhere around, visit this and that." So for them, it was like minimum investing cost. Yeah, minimum cost, and they got a lot in return. On the other hand, when they launch a commercial on TV, it's really expensive. You know, especially for small businesses. So this is like, you can pay a big influencer, or you can hire a few smaller influencers to come there. Many of them will come for free or compensation or something like that. Okay.
Yeah, so for the question, Stella, how to grow, that's one way, like hire someone or invite someone and hope to join. So that's either the cost or invite someone and you have to pay the cost of whatever they're gonna have, or pay someone to teach you, which is basically if you teach a person how to fish, they will, it's different, or learn it by yourself, which is possible, but it takes a lot of time. So what I said is scrolling through TikTok and learning about it, how it works, maybe having a Gen Zer or someone who knows that to be on your side and give you advice. But that's learning. That's going to take a lot of time. So if you don't have time, either hiring or partnering with some influencers, or hiring and partnering with someone who's going to teach you how to do that quicker than just you doing it by yourself. So those three options, I feel like, are the only ones how to grow on TikTok.
Yeah, these were top 3. Any more questions? Okay, we have here.
Hi, my name is Anna. I have a question. Why did you choose TikTok over Instagram and Facebook or other social media?
It's basically because of the engagement. A lot of people don't want to comment and engage on content on Instagram compared to TikTok, because Instagram usually is a lot older and connected with their name, and not everyone wants to compliment you or insult you with their name behind it. Where compared to TikTok, they have user XY89 blah, or any random name, and then they are a lot more like open, comfortable to tell you both compliments and insults, which again, in the end, it's all just engagement. So doesn't really matter, but yeah, haters are like a gold mine. Haters are a gold mine, yeah. So it's basically a lot more open, a lot more inviting, because people are not afraid what they can say or can't say, because they are afraid who will see it. So they are a lot more open, so engagement rates are bigger, and it's like...
Well, I would have to disagree, if I can. Basically, now, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube Shorts, to me, how I view it, are kind of the same. But that's because YouTube and Instagram wanted to have what they don't have. TikTok was the powerhouse, and in 2020, 2019, 2018, when TikTok started and stuff like that, that's when TikTok made sense, because you made videos and you got thousands, millions of views just like this from being a nobody. Now it's a bit harder on TikTok, on Instagram, on YouTube, because TikTok has become a main platform. It's not something new anymore. It's not something like, I don't understand TikTok. TikTok has been here for ages already, and it's established itself. But I feel like TikTok is a great way to learn short form content. That's where I learned the best. And now when I upload a TikTok, I straight away go to Instagram, to YouTube, and re-upload it. And it's a great circle. So focus on TikTok, because that's where the main shorts are created. So I feel like that's the house of it. And then, yeah, that's where everybody is. That's where the viral content makes. But there's a lot more people on also on Instagram, on YouTube. There's more untouched territory over there where it's a simple, hey, I have this video on TikTok, let me just put it on another platform. It's not like you're doing anything else. You're just re-uploading. And I feel like that helped me, especially when Instagram put the reels. They were pushing the same way as TikTok did in 2020. In 2022, Instagram was pushing Instagram Reels, and that got me also over 100,000 followers on Instagram just by re-uploading my TikToks. I didn't have to do anything for a year because I had 365 videos already created. And same with YouTube as well. It's just, I feel like TikTok is a great hub, but it's not necessary that I just use TikTok. I use everything.
Okay, great. One more? We have like 5 more minutes, but if you want to skip lunch, we're okay.
Okay, hi, I'm Alenka. I used to work in media corporation, big media corporation, was journalist, editor, etc. So I guess you were not born when I started to work. I would like to know, so we heard a lot of advantages of TikTok, and as I work in the media, and you also work actually in the media, can you reflect and tell us what are the disadvantages of TikTok? But not, I will not earn money, but you know, like bigger impact on society if this short attention span continues. What video should we watch? 1 second or something like that? Thanks.
Thank you. Gentleman earlier mentioned one flaw of TikTok, disadvantage. The other one is like TikTok attention, as you mentioned it. Anyone else want to add something?
I mean, it's hard to make like TikTok disadvantages, like idiot hating, watching something that you don't want to watch, but that's all over the, like you Google something. I feel like it's more of a platform where you have infinite lottery tickets, and they're free. They're free, and you just have to use them or do something, because one video is that winner's lottery ticket. You just need one. I don't think there's a big disadvantage. Is just you make content and one might go viral. Yeah, one might change your whole life, change your whole profile, get more views, but like disadvantages, there's not something. It's free. It's a content-based platform. It's the only way. It's the people, I guess. Though the disadvantages, maybe you reach the wrong audience with TikTok. Maybe you have some bad people doing so. But like major disadvantages, there is none in my head.
True. You can see. Yeah, I think you can see the 4 of us already. We are not as bright as you. I think, yeah, we are already a little bit damaged by social media, and we don't run from it. But we get a lot of perks, a lot of good stuff from that.
I'd also want to add, it's not something only related to TikTok. Like, I feel everything is moving towards that, because I saw cartoons nowadays are also a lot shorter. Like cartoons on TV are also like 12, 15 minutes, where compared with I was a kid, they were like half an hour. Like everything's getting like shorter span, and it's not necessarily only TikTok. Is it maybe TikTok's fault? I don't know, but it is leaning that way, and you can either like disassociate yourself from all of that, or you can adjust like the marketing side of the business to cater to it. So it is a touchy subject in that regard, but you can either join it or you can just leave it aside because of the health and
But
everything.
when we are already at cartoons, have you seen the cartoons nowadays? Oh my God, they're 10 years ago, it's like, yeah, it's working. It's like a lot of, kako se kaže, podražaj? Stimulations. There is a lot of stimulations. When we make TikToks, we would be happiest if we could show a clip lasting like 15 seconds of food, scenery or something like that. But if we want to keep our viewers, we have to make it like short. The best I saw, the best videos that go viral are like 0.8 seconds long scenes. So that's the attention spree we have to target if we want to keep our viewers. Every second, something new needs to happen if we want to keep the viewer. maybe through speaking, maybe through scenes, you get the point, right?
Usually the boat.
Yeah. You have to speak quickly. You have to show scenes quickly. You have to everything do 5 times speed. Then it's normal in the everyday world. Any more questions? Okay. Who is hungry? Yeah. Okay. In the end, I would like to thank you all for coming. This was like a big thing for us because we were like shaking up in front. But thank you for listening carefully. I hope we were not boring, I guess. We're still fighting with that English, but we're doing, I think, good. Okay. Now we'll make a vlog from today's day. Yeah, kidding. Thank you all for coming. If we see each other next year, we'll be happy to welcome you and have a good meal now. And if you want to know everything, you can ask us one on one. Yeah, what everything you need to know. Thank you all. And bye-bye.
Thank you.
narednim satima. Vrijeme je grozno, uživat ćete. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another smart workshop about things that everybody knows about the future of stealing ideas, about the things that will change everything and we'll lose our jobs. Bollocks. Bullshit. Sorry. Why not to use something new for a new era of tourism or your offers of anything else? You will be now hearing from this lovely ladies and gentlemen who know almost everything about it except stealing your photos and putting like 300 people in this workshop because standards must be obeyed. These are international guests, so you should be speaking English. We have Spain, Greece, Croatia. Ima li ko iz Bosne? Grijemo, evo, Bosanac, ja u stvari Grk. To je to, ima Slovenaca. Slovenci, nema niša kak ću sad. Ima! Gremo kao na zahod. Vi odete u Brisel, mi na drugo mjesto, zato nam i ne ide tako dobro. So the English will be official language of the AI sector of this workshop. All of these people are real, but they know how to do things in digital as well. So even though this will be the most analog thing they have done in a few years, I think it will be useful. Don't you worry about the thing. They say if everybody starts using artificial intelligence, we'll be losing only 5% of all the jobs in the world because people are still very eager to do something because AI probably won't be good for doing roads in Zagreb without the Bosnian on Bagger. That doesn't work anytime. So please be free to ask the questions. Be a part of this workshop. They will tell you what you can do at any time. So hopefully later on you will be pros and next year this will be an artificial moderator so I could be on Bahamas with Croatian touristic board. Why not? Enjoy. Thanks for being with us today. We had nice, interesting tourist topics. This one is something above. So shall we transfer what we do or what we know? We shall do. So the microphone is yours. Enjoy in the rest of the day.
Thank you for this lovely introduction. It was very naturally intelligent introduction, so thank you for that. Neka. See you, Frane. Thank you for being here. We're actually very glad to be here with you today on this panel. As Frane said, today after art, after culture, after media, we have an all-star among conferences now. And this panel, because this topic, I don't think there is a conference or a panel, a relevant and a serious one that hasn't tackled at least a bit on artificial intelligence. But not only a conference, but also a serious and relevant conversation as well. For a good reason too, because it's here to stay and it's here to change the way we live and the way we work. Now, that's exactly why we're going to talk in the context of tourism today. Since, okay, yes, we talk about artificial intelligence all the time, but not that much in a tourism context. That's why it's a good time and a good place to change that. So welcome, everybody, and maybe a bit more people when Frane calls them to the panel, actually to the discussion, we may say, artificial intelligence rapidly transforming the way we travel, powered by and organized by the Croatian Office for Creativity and Innovation. My name is Tena, and I will be your host today for the next hour or hour and a half or so. And I'm very glad to greet and to announce my guests here that will be talking and discussing this great and interesting thing for the next hour and a half. They are ladies first. They're also actually all-stars, just like the topic itself. Ladies first, gentlemen, I apologize. Hajdi Ćenan, who is the CEO and co-founder of a deep tech startup, airt, who's helping firms and industry in general to industrialize and to digitalize themselves with the help of AI. Also, she's the president of the Croatian Startup Ecosystem Association, Crow Startup, and she is the representative of the Croatian Startup Ecosystem with the EU. Hajdi, welcome. Very good to have you here. Make yourself at home. While I introduce my other guest, he is the director of the digital strategy and technology in Valamar Riviera, the largest and the leading tourism company in Croatia. His focus is on the digital transformation of the company of the future, software architecture, technologies, delivery of strategic plans, strategic project, and so on. And he actually has a very exclusive news today, but I'll leave that to you, Mr. Roberto Gobbo from Valama Riviera, to introduce us what was happening today during your drive, if I'm not mistaken, towards Zagreb. And at last, Mr. Bruno Baetz, at least Mr. Bruno Baetz, who is a senior manager at the leading American IT company, Dell, who oversees commercial operations across 9 countries in Southeast Europe. And out of these 9 countries, we're very glad to have you here in Croatia. Bruno, welcome. Welcome, make yourself at home. Well, I mean, we are at a tourism conference, and they say that the worst thing that can happen to tourism is rain and bad weather. So, I mean, unfortunately, but maybe something else. How do you cope with that in Valamar, Mr. Roberto? How is that happening at your your experience?
It was the hotel usually. No,
There you
just
go.
joking. We offer different within Valamar. Besides hotel and activities within the hotel, we have kind of a platform, experience platform, where we offer our guests within the destinations experiences where they can actually enjoy. Whether it's raining or it's sunny day, they have various activities that they can choose from.
Of course. So we managed to overcome this, and we're actually glad to see this hall as well, almost full. So good thing and good information for our conference as well. We even had, I just noticed, we even had a small talk about the weather, so we can cross that from the list as well. But before we start with some serious and more serious questions, just a quick note for the audience. Now, the 4 of us will be discussing and talking here on the stage, let's say so, but we definitely intend and want you to discuss with us as well. So don't be surprised. I'll ask you in dozen of occasions, what do you think? What is your opinion? What are your questions that you may want to ask, and so on? Because, yeah, that is basically the whole point of this. We call it panel, but it's actually a discussion about AI in tourism. So please do raise your hands, please do ask questions, please do share your opinion and everything that you would like to say. We will come to you, give you the microphone, and discuss it with you. Answer your questions or just talk with you, depending on why you raised your hand. So yes, please do get involved with the discussion as well. Okay, now let's get started. But let's first kind of cover the basics. Heidi, of course, since you're here. We discuss about AI a lot, and we often associate it with digital transformation, with automatization, with digitalization in general. But let's first kind of, explain what AI actually is and where is it different from some, everyday digitalization, digital transformation, and so on, preferably using some examples and experience from tourism. So where are the differences, where are the similarities, and where do we often make mistakes when we kind of mention all those terms? Yes.
Hello, everyone. So, yeah, you mentioned kind of 3 things: digitalization, automation or automatization, whatever it's the correct term, and artificial intelligence. So they are different, and I would kind of say one comes after the other. So kind of the prerequisite for everything is digitalization. So especially for artificial intelligence, because you need data in digital form this way or another, to actually use and to be able to work with it. So digitalization, I mean, as the name kind of says, is, okay, transform whatever you have into a digital form, not necessarily burning them on a CD and handing out. That's not really what it is, but kind of, especially in context of tourism, collect the data and store the data in a proper way about your, visitors, about your guests, about whatever different interactions you have with your customers, so that you can use that data later for automatization and artificial intelligence. So to automate something is, again, okay, let's simply automate processes so that they can be carried out without the human intervention, so that you don't necessarily have to have a human do a specific action to actually do the thing. So let's say if you have a booking system, for example, in a hotel, when someone actually reserves, you want to have automatic sending of emails. You mentioned you send a lot of emails. I presume it's automated. Because otherwise it would probably take many people to actually do it, by hand. So you have that certain automation where, some action triggers another action. But unlike AI, there doesn't have to be any intelligence in automation. You can have it simply as some sort of rule-based system, so if something happens, okay, it triggers the next event. But there isn't any mimic of human intelligence. There isn't any trying to understand and reason what is behind the data. We are not looking into certain insights. We're not trying to learn out of the data. That's where AI comes in, because it's the technology that really tries to find insights in the huge now quantities that we have of digital data, because we create so much of it every day, because our every interaction with something, be it social media, be it email, be it web shops, be it whatever you do, even when you use your mobile phone, or some applications on your phone, we are creating digital footprints, and that data can be used then to be processed and to find some insights in it, some patterns, something that can be used later on to, do, for example, recommendations, because, okay, we understood that based on your previous behavior, now the algorithm learned that you prefer rain instead of, I don't know, summer. So you want to go somewhere in Seattle, for example. It rains a lot there. Personalization is something that AI is also striving to, because it's okay if you have huge amounts of data, but what we really want, especially in tourism, you want to know your every customer, every guest, not just in tourism, I mean, almost in any industry. You want them to know who they are as individuals. So, if you want to recommend something to your guests, for example, you want to recommend something that's relevant for that guest and not something that is general. So those are kind of the three layers, but it all boils down to having data in a digital form and kind of really collecting the data and storing the data in a proper way so that it can be then used by technology later on.
Thank you. So one depends on another, and there has to be a digital platform in order to build everything else, artificial platforms.
That's why we have companies like Dell here to enable those little details.
Speaking of, Bruno, before we ask and include the audience as well, Heidi mentioned Dell and artificial intelligence tourism, and the ways that it can all be assessed. What do big companies like Dell do in order to provide some services, some artificial intelligence or simply digital services to, for example, tourism and tourist workers and people who simply work in that field of economy?
Well, honestly, if we had like 10 hours to spend here, I think it wouldn't be enough just to go through the whole portfolio we offer.
And please don't.
So don't worry, you'll not fall asleep. But my first question is, this is a panel or a discussion session on the topics of AI in tourism. You said it, let's get back to basics. Who here, and let's put GPT aside, who here in their own companies uses AI in any form? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so the reason why I'm asking this is the following. Does anybody have a perception or a vision? What is the rate of the companies or the number of companies in percentage, of course, that actually in European Union nowadays use AI? Does anybody have like any vision? And I'm going to help you. It's a single digit, of course. Is in Croatia, it is in Europe, which is a good thing, because in Croatia, if you look at it from a different perspective, we're usually being named as a country who is not following the more developed Western countries. That's good. And you asked me a question, what do we do to help them? So first of all, we need to educate and we need to allow people to understand what the technology is. Of course, we have a couple of deals some of you who are reading, I don't know, Bloomberg or Yahoo Finances or any other portals online, that I think it was Tesla and Elon Musk, they made with us approximately $2.something billion in revenue just on AI topics, which is approximately, I think, like 2.5–3% of our annual revenue. And yet, on the other hand, we still have the rate of 8% of even understanding or trying to apply AI technologies now in pretty much everyday business. But the good thing is, tourism in Croatia is one of the backbones of the whole economy. Does anybody have a perception or a vision what is the level of tourism in Croatia by adopting AI? It's okay, I don't know as well, so don't worry. But I think it's higher because I think the average in EU is 22–23%.
Yeah, it's 30, around 30%.
Around 30. Yeah, if you look from Germany or Austria, whole Netherlands, yeah, we are developed as well in tourism, by the way. So we do everything. And now, even though we have a full portfolio, we need to get back to basics. We need to allow people to understand the type of the technology they use. Hajdi said it perfectly that based off of data you have on your hands, yes, you can predict the behavior of your customers. You can predict the levels of investments from them. You can even see some patterns when you need to reduce the prices of the hotel accommodations, travel expenses, and stuff like that. But then again, you need to be in a position to understand the data and to apply them perfectly so it actually is a product or a service for you in the forthcoming future.
How long do you think it takes for, as you said, the entire knowledge, to learn everything and to become, so to speak, successful in interpreting data and in understanding data?
Honestly, I think it's impossible, really. Like the level of knowledge that we have right now and the level of information we consume on a daily basis is really too huge. And then you need to have softwares and tools like AI, like some software-based solutions, which will help you just add on what you're not in a position to either understand or even implement by yourself. We're there. Never. Sorry, we will never be there. But then again, the good thing is that the majority of more developed countries are actually expecting for AI to grow immensely, but not in 1, 2, 3 years' time. They're actually seeing the future 6 months ahead, because if we just go a little back in the history, if we can even call it a history, the whole AI era started in November 2022. So next month, it's only going to be 44 months. And can you see where it has led us to in less than 2 years?
Yeah, we have a lot of...
Okay. I do apologize in advance.
Some don't agree. Hajdi, if you have something to add, please. Yes, please.
I would disagree a little bit, because generative AI era started in November 2022, which is a kind of a...
ChatGPT era.
ChatGPT likes, yeah, which is a kind of a subset of AI.
It's actually normal for a lady to disagree, so don't worry. It's completely...
That is
it's
fine.
expected.
Then we'll have a lively discussion, if nothing else. Because if you think about AI, just quickly, if I can go a little bit through history.
Yeah, please.
So the term was coined in 1950s. So as a concept, it's not a new thing. It's something that, people have tried to put into production, so to say, for a very long time. But so I dare say that kind of the era of rising expectations again began around 10 years ago, because that's when something happened. The convergence of two things happened, and that was the amount of data in digital form, and that's what we said, because out of a sudden companies really did start producing a lot of, and I mean people in general, a lot of digital data, but we also got the processing power that could actually process all that data. Because, I mean, yeah, you've probably seen in all those books, old books, where computers would be like size of this room. In order to do a simple operation, it would, I don't know, take days and cost God knows how much of electric energy. So before we couldn't even do anything with it. So with AI, if we think about the general term is, having machines that could do the same thing as humans. So that's kind of, but that's the artificial general intelligence. So that is something what everyone's kind of striving for, but we're not there yet. What happened is that we then got the techniques of trying to get to the artificial intelligence, and those are machine learning, and then deep learning, and now generative AI, which are technical terms, but it's just simply techniques of how to process data and how to use data in order to get some predictions, for example. So deep learning is very good with that. And generative AI is now what is, I think, has created a big boom, because out of a sudden, regular people, so to say, got in touch with it, because everyone could go and use ChatGPT and now all the others and actually get a feeling of something is happening. I can also use it. But generative AI, so as the name says, it has to generate the next character. And based off all the texts and documents that exist, it kind of learned what's the best probability or highest probability for the next character. And that's how you actually get the generated responses. But yeah, it's been not even 2 years now that we have suddenly, again, high rise of expectations, because things are now possible that weren't possible 2 years ago.
Sure. So it's been around for some time. That's for sure. Let me ask you in the audience, how many of you are workers in tourism? How many of you professionally work in tourism? Would you just raise your hand?
I'm not just sure for the people online. Do we need a mic? Yeah.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out back in the production. Thank you, Heidi. Okay, so about a half. Now, I would like you to think. I'll ask the same question to them, but I'll give you the time to think, and then we'll discuss after. So basically, where do you see the possibility of using AI in your own jobs, in your own profession, in your own field in tourism? Those of you who work in tourism from that side, and those of you who don't from the side of user, right, of a tourist, because every one of us has been and definitely will be a tourist in some country and in some place and so on. So think about that. Where is there a possibility to use AI? Where is there a possibility to speed up things, to automate things, and also to make them more interesting, to make them more exciting, more creative, and basically more up to date with the generations that we have today? So where is that maybe a gap in your industry, in your job, where AI can be used? And we'll discuss that with you in a couple of minutes, and I'll ask Mr. Roberto actually the same question. So what is in there right now, in AI, in tourism? What is it that you as Valamar use, and what is there in not just in Valamar, but in general, what do tourist big groups, the tourist groups and big agencies and so on use? So what's out there, and what can we rely on in that context?
Thank you. I'll try to explain that through practical examples. I'm more practical guy, even though I work on strategy and implementation, but I think the best way to describe it through kind of problems and solutions. It's easier to understand. First, hospitality, I have to come back to that. It's about people. And even though we are discussing AI, at the end of the day, hospitality is about people. And the second thing that is also very important is that in our digital strategy, you would expect that it's all about technology. However, the main pillars, from the priorities in our digital strategy are first guest, second employees, and the third are processes. So when we are talking about digital, we're actually talking about people and guests, how we can make their experience better, because hospitality is about experience. So taking that into consideration, this is how actually we then approach to technology, and I would say similar companies. There is also a big differentiator between companies like Google, Booking.com, Airbnb, and similar companies that own or manage like hotels in the cities or business hotels, and companies or tourist sector in Croatia that is majority or predominantly focused on season or seasonal. And then on the other side, you have hotels and camping sites. So the problems that we are facing are slightly different than problems that hospitality companies in the big cities are facing. So let's start maybe from big players like Booking.com, Google, Airbnb. The most important part is how they get to the guests. Marketing campaigns are fully automated, and they use AI to actually understand the offer the best solution to the guest. If we look from our guests, we have about 1 million people that are coming to our hotel a year. And for these 1 million people, someone has to get to them, welcome them, scan the documents, do the whole process. So I decided 2019, before the COVID, that we will do everything online. And we will offer our guests incentive if they do online check-in, with the possibility they scan the documents. So within that process, the actual scanning of the documents is AI technology that is helping, now when you open bank account and similar. So currently about 300,000 people that come to our hotels are actually scanning their own documents and coming to hotels already, with online check-in finished, which then enables us to focus on actual guests and their needs. Then the second example, maybe, which is very good, is website. So we have about 64% of direct bookings. That would mean that majority of our guests are coming through our website or call center. And that we are talking about hundreds of millions of euros of revenue through those channels. So to be able to provide our visitors the best experience, we have to know about them. We have to know when they feel that they will leave or churn. We have to predict what will happen, or based on their behavior on the web, what is happening with them, whether they are looking maybe to move elsewhere. And this is where you use AI technology to actually predict first churn and second next best action that you would offer to the guest. Then let's say in our call center, we have about 500,000 emails that we receive every year because we have a big call center, sales call center. After the COVID, our call center received 10,000 emails in a couple of days. To process 10,000 emails, that would mean 2 weeks. And in hospitality, you either book immediately or within the same day, or you lose potential buyer. So to enable our agents to work better, we created our own machine learning models that would read the email, that would understand what is the language, that would understand what is the intent that someone with an email wants, and if the intent is booking, that we could take date of arrival, maybe hotel or destination, and duration of the stay. And with that, we were able to actually prioritize all the emails based on the business priority. So when agents takes an email, he takes it from the most important or the best value email for Valamar, which is usually bookings or bookings for tomorrow. That enabled us that we could process emails that are more important, that generate revenue, rather than emails for guest ask, can I bring a dog? So these type of examples are examples where you would see that AI or machine learning is maybe one more example. There are plenty of them. We have about 100,000 comments that guests leave in our hotels on their surveys. But there are also a couple of 100,000 comments that they leave on social or on review sites. What would that mean? That means that if someone is really dissatisfied, in Valamar we have very high guest satisfaction. Best hotels have about 94%, 95%, which is very high. The lowest number are 88%, which means that we're really focused on guests and how the guest will actually feel in our hotels. So what happens? Someone leaves very negative comment, then the others follow, and you actually don't react. You actually find that when it's too late.
Domino.
Yeah, so we've actually, a couple of years ago, also developed our own models that can understand whether what is the category or subcategory of the comment, like someone is satisfied with the reception or swimming pool or restaurant and so on, and whether this sentiment is very positive or very negative. If the sentiment is very negative, that's alarm. So we actually take those comments and we prepare them for hotel directors so that they could react immediately. Or we use them how to improve. So this is actually also AI. Today, in past, we needed a couple of months to train the models, collect the data. Today, by using LLMs like ChatGPT, we actually do that in a couple of hours. So the difference that we see now, it's really in terms of that we could do things faster, even though the main purpose is to resolve the problem. So AI in our company has actually a purpose to either resolve a challenge or to enable guests better experience or to enable employees better experience in their work.
But basically, it's quite oriented towards individual approach, whether it is to your guests or to your employees. You know, individualization is basically, you know, the key goal of the entire process. Yeah, we'll get back to that because you've mentioned a couple of very interesting details and examples. But before that, let me ask you again, have you thought of your own answers to the question, where do you see the possibility of using AI in your own firms, in your own jobs, in your own professions, maybe even something that Roberta hasn't mentioned yet, even though many of it already has been mentioned. Anyone? Yeah, that's the moment. That's the moment when I look at the people in the first rows, in the front rows. Sorry, girls. Anyone? Oh yes, yeah, you were smiling. I knew it. Yes, Heidi is bringing the microphone. Ines will provide you with the mic. Thank you very much. Thank you.
My name is Ivan. I'm working in industry which is not directly connected with tourism. It's a civil engineering company, civil engineering consultancy services, and we are already developing the tool which help us. We usually get the job through the public procurement tenders, and there is I don't know, hundreds of tenders each day, and there is persons who check the tenders, analyze the requirements, the technical details, the scoring criterion, and now we realize that we, let's say, lose a lot of time, a lot of resources for analyzing, and in the end, let's say maybe 5 or 10% of the tenders is suitable to us to participate there, but it's a process. There is a guy who checked the tenders, spent half a day to see maybe it's potential for us, then he transferred that to another level, higher level, then people spend time to analyze, I don't know, requirements and things like that. So our idea is to develop a tool which, let's say, processing the information for us and give us some feedback which tender is, let's say, most suitable to us to participate. So in that way, we do not, okay, it's still in the development phase, but let's say it's much easier to us. We don't lose a lot of time. And people who work on that jobs, they don't lose job. That's the, let's say, the people think, okay, I will lose that job. No, you will work in some other tasks which are more creative and more suitable to you. So it's kind of use that it can be, it's very simple in the end, but it saves time, money, resources, everything. So it's
a positive opinion of it. Yes, thank you, Ivan, for breaking that ice. Now when it's broken, is there, oh yes, very good. That row is, it's a good row. It's a good row to be sitting in. Thank you, yes.
Hello, I'm George, I'm from Greece. Actually, I'm working in tourism. I'm not a business owner. I'm not someone that owns or entrepreneur in tourism. For the last 15 years, and when I started working, I had the chance to meet. It's a little bit, the guy that was the head of the digital marketing campaign of Barack Obama. It was quite an astonishing meeting. And then after some time, so we started discussing, but this was like 12 years ago, or 13 years ago, and we started discussing about digital, how we are doing digital. Then, because I was involved in tourism consulting, I was the state secretary for Greece for 4.5 years in the Ministry of Tourism. And then I worked for international organizations. And right now, I'm telling you this because we have been discussing for the last, and I was discussing, and we were trying to implement through the Commission funds or the RRF projects on digitalization in tourism. And because we are talking about tourism. So now I think we are in the second phase that we are discussing not only digitalization and digital improvements and digital technology, how it will affect tourism, but also going further deep and maybe increasing the fear of what AI would do to tourism, to the experience of the tourists and to the businesses. So I would like to throw in the discussion that little, it's not a fear, it's like a delicate line that maybe we don't need to cross, or where is that delicate line, which is, I always been saying in conferences and in my speeches that if you go to a hotel and then you go to the bar at night, do you prefer to have a handsome bartender or an attractive barwoman to make your cocktail, not that the perfect cocktail, but to stay with you and stay with people and do things and mingle? And this is the essence, people is the essence of tourism. Or do you prefer to have like a robot? It will prepare the perfect cocktail, but then no interaction. And as we probably all know, that already in Dubai, they have servants or waiters, robots. And then it's easy when you cross the border or you are in the airport and you have biometrics, but then it's not that very, it's frustrating if you go and you are served by a robot. And Alexa might be very nice. Now I think we are getting to more difficult and more frustrating things. Yeah. So there is a sensitive line, even for the experience. But if we talk about creative industries, and Carol is here with me, and we had a small discussion today. If we are talking about culture, sustainability and culture, and respect the culture of the local communities that we get in, then on the other side, it's that huge developments in digital services. And there is a fear that now, of course, it would be easy when you go to a hotel and you have been there before, they even know what exactly was the salad that you ordered last time. So they will make it ready for you next time at the same time, with the same way. And maybe if you have an excursion outside, they might lock you at the room until 6 o'clock, when it's the robot that will take you outside. And this is very dystopic. It's like, so what do you think is this? It's a sensitive line. I mean, it's good for the tourist's experience. It's nice that when you turn on and off the blinds, and maybe if you don't know how to do it, then you stay in the shade, or the sun will always come. But how can we make good use of this? Because AI is good, ChatGPT is good for the students to prepare their thesis in university, but might not, which is not, again, it's another. So AI would affect other sectors that are directly or indirectly related to tourism, like transport. Yesterday, Volkswagen Group, in the panel we had, said that we are going to have electric cars without drivers. And then we are going to have, let's say, in the supermarkets we have robots or no people. And then, so there are other...
Understood. That's not the line that actually makes something natural and human.
I mean, it has to be a combination, but what's that point that we should not cross? Because otherwise we'll get,
Yeah,
okay, this
we'll get a dystopic,
yeah.
actually,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
dystopic
yeah, yeah.
future. Thank you, George. It's a very interesting question, actually, that you raised. We can comment on it. That's for sure. Maybe Roberto can start, as he actually raised a couple of interesting questions. And yeah, how in the hotels? Do you have robots in your hotels? Do people work still in the
We
reception?
have
Or?
two where children play with when they get pizza.
Uh-huh. Okay, pizza bot.
So it's yeah, robot is actually for children for experience rather than actual work in our hotel. But so maybe, as I said, we always look on actual problems that we try to solve, and then we decide. And then there is also whether this problem makes sense to resolve, whether it's easier to bring 10 students rather than invest 500,000 euros, as an example. So it's always a very difficult question, where do we automate or where do we use AI, rather than can we resolve that with people? Some of the things are necessity because of the shortage or workforce, rather than actual need to have better experience. If we take like curtains as an example, if I would be a business hotel, definitely worth of investment, because I can personalize experience for business guests that are coming more often. If you're talking about the majority of hotels in Croatia where guests come for vacation and they spend very limited time in rooms, does it make sense? Not really. So basically, it's not as simple as let's do it or not do it. It depends on the type of industry or type of hospitality, type of property, and similar. And on the other side, regarding robots, I was last year in Japan, just checking that, whether I will see the robots and so on. Well, yes, you can see them, but in hospitality and hotels, not so much. And if we want to standardize something and we want to cook something that is standard, I would involve robot, because that would mean that I need to cook less. So but if I have a premium restaurant on the coast where we are looking for premium guests, not so much, because the profit margins enable you that you use or facilitate with people. So I would say the question is always very dependent on industry, on properties and similar.
Where would you draw the line? Where would Valamar draw the line, in your opinion?
Well, me and Valamar, since I'm fairly digital and my background is technology, the line is very high. When you're working in conservative industry, we find ourselves in the middle. So, well, yeah, let's say that, yeah.
It's a good development.
So yeah, I think in conservative industries, it's always you need people to push forward, but on the other side, you need actually some common sense. And for us in technology, really, when you realize that it's all about guests, the answer is much easier.
Thank you. Bruno, I've seen that you're quite emotional about this topic. I saw you waving the head and, so I kind of concluded you want to comment on this. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I wouldn't say it's a conclusion of any kind, but then again, like you said, touristic hotels as opposed to business hotels. And of course, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on the mood, that I travel a lot. And the good thing is that you really have the hotels, like you mentioned, one of the biggest, hotel chains in the world, which I will not be naming right now. But those guys actually know the day when I come. They have my image inside. And the worst thing is, when you enter the hotel, they greet you by saying your last name. And some of you would say, oh, that's cool. But then again, it just showcases how often you are out of home. But yeah, exactly.
Your wife must be very happy.
By far, the happiest person ever. But on the side topic of what you said about the robots and stuff like that, I think that the ladies from Slovenia could agree. If I remember correctly, there's a gas station on the way to Koper called Ravbar Komanda. And there's a marché, I think, restaurant, something like that. I was actually afraid. When I first saw it, it was, I think, like 6:15 in the morning. I was traveling on my skiing this winter. And out of nowhere, there was a robot picking up I think it was nasty or dirty, like, I don't know, ashtrays and stuff like that. And I was like, so it's not only in Dubai, so Slovenians have it as well, it's not that far away technology for us. So, I mean, but I have to be completely open here. In majority of cases, the AI and its use today is to optimize each and every process to its max. And then again, for some of the people, it will be okay. If there's somebody here working like myself in some, let's say, bigger organizations, majority of them are deciding on what to do in their business based off of Excel sheet and what the number at the end of the year at the far right corner will showcase. But then again, the difference is what they are usually used to. When I say what they are usually used to, it is the exact subject which will determine what is the rate or how far you will go into AI and how far or how close will you be with your customers. And I know that AI, like a topic or as a topic globally, is an immensely wide one. But then again, we are still working and we are still perceiving stuff from this perspective. How it will look like down the road, 3, 4, 5, 6 years, I think that's a completely different story.
Thank you. Yes, Heidi, and then Roberto also has to add something. So yeah.
But also one thing that we all have to be aware of is that also new generations are used to things in a different way because they've grown up with everything digital and they've grown up on social media, maybe not so much even social interaction, from the kind of experiences and some of the researches that have been done. And we as people also change. I love the story. So I think the first ATMs were introduced in 1970s or 80s, the end of 70s, yeah. And there was a big uproar then, who would want to go to a machine to draw the money out? You want to go into the bank, to the teller and talk to the person because they're nowadays, tell me, do you prefer going inside a bank or going to the machine to take the money out? So even we change, how we behave, and simply because technology is advancing and that there's no stop to it. So there will be a lot of changes and again, yes, optimizations and efficiencies and everything. But I think also little by little, we won't even realize how much we have changed. I mean, just think of a few years back. Are there things that, like how you perceive technology or how you use technology is different than it is now? So I think it's also a little bit hard to talk about the line because the line today is for sure not the line that's going to be 2 years from now, 5 years or 10 years from now.
Want to go to the museum. So Gen Z will do it digitally. So it's no, it's okay. So yeah, Gen Z will be the future travelers. And I remember last year we have with the TikTokers a big conversation. Tour operators and tourism industry and hotels and travel industry have to think now for the future because the future will be those that are 15 years old now. And they wouldn't like to go to a very expensive restaurant, apart from a small percentage probably. They would like to do experiences. They would like to do some adventure. They would like maybe spend the whole day at the hotel if it's a smart hotel and Wi-Fi or playing PlayStation with their friends in Bermuda and while they're in Paris, which is quite something unacceptable for us when we're doing tourism. They wouldn't like to go to Louvre because Louvre is, okay, they can do it digitally. So it's, yeah. So you have to move the line, but I think it seems to me that, very nice conversation and answers you gave. I like them a lot. It seems that as we go forward, that line it moves up or moves forward. So you never get to that line.
Slope. True. Roberto. He forgot you. You were so good in your answer that he basically forgot it. Yes, actually, I can add up that, my generation and me personally, when I see that I can check into a hotel or other tourist facility and without, needing to talk with the owners, I actually feel relieved. So, I mean, it's a terrible thing to admit, but actually, yes, and I can actually. Yeah, it is. I'm sorry. Very straightforward. But actually, and I don't belong to the Gen Z generation, right? I'm a bit older than them. So basically, I can only imagine how they feel and what kind of anxiety are they going through when they need to talk to someone and actually, make a phone call or talk in person. So yes.
I would just add one example from our experience. So actually, when we were starting online check-in, one of the things is also that we implemented kiosk. Of course, you think, well, we have like in one camping site, 10,000 people that are coming and 10,000 people that are living. So yes, kiosk, hotels as well, because on Saturdays, you have huge exchange of people. So we enable them online check-in, we enable them to scan the documents, we enable them to download the key, and all they need to do is go to hotel room. For in some hotels where they don't have digital keys, everything was prepared, and they only had to pick up the envelope, everything is there, they're ready to go. And then we put kiosk on the side where you can pick up the key. So unfortunately, immediately when guest enters the hotel, they see reception, and this is like red flag. Well, there is no kiosk, there is nothing, no one sees the kiosk, because once you enter the property, you see reception. So we actually had to implement a priority check-in reception so that they could immediately, if you actually did the online check-in, you have this benefit, not waiting, and then when you pick up just the keys, we've seen that in average it took us 9 minutes, because guests want to ask about destination, about what is happening in hotel, and so on. So instead of automating the process, we would finish everything. We've actually just improved the experience sites for the guest. However, the ones that don't want it at the reception, they will just go to the room, like Tena. But for a lot of them, they want
labeled now.
Yeah.
Guilty as charged.
I'm the same. So for the rest, for the people that want to actually speak with someone, so that helped us because we then improved our pre-stay letter and pre-stay communication and provide information that they actually need and so on. So there is, additional value in doing such things, and you have to offer your majority what majority wants, but also for younger generations the experience that they would expect.
Yeah. So to compensate, basically. Yeah, of course, it's a must. It's a must.
So why? I think in today's we don't have to discuss about Wi-Fi in terms of whether it's or whether it works, because Wi-Fi is like air or water. It's like having a shower in hotel room or having Wi-Fi. This is no-brainer.
Yeah, the Maslow's pyramid, like hierarchy of needs, it has changed. Now the bottom is Wi-Fi.
Sure. I saw you, Heidi, reaching out maybe to what Roberto said. If you have something to add, yes, please.
No, I forgot, so.
It's all right. If not, when we actually took this path of human interaction and AI and everything, are there any people here who work in tourist agencies who are tour guides maybe, or something connected to that? Yes? No? No one. Actually, I work as a tour guide and all over Europe, across Europe, but also as a local guide in Zagreb, among everything else. But here's a question, for you and for everyone else. What do you think about, this AI development of tourist agencies? Would you rather travel when there's someone, when there's a human hand behind your, travel itinerary and everything else, or with the help of AI? Would you rather ask, I don't know, ChatGPT or some other technology, okay, this is where I'm traveling to, please recommend? Or would you rather, give it to the human travel agency to, do the job for you? What is your opinion? What would you rather do? Maybe we can start with our guests here, and then when you think of it, we'll get back to you as well. Be honest.
Yeah, okay. I'm also the one that likes to do things on my own. So before I would spend a lot of time Googling things. Now, yes, it's much easier to just go to, for example, ChatGPT or again, one of those, and say, hey, I want to go there and there from then and then. Please recommend itinerary, recommend places to stay, and you get everything very quickly. And then you can also say, okay, I prefer this, I prefer that. So the whole experience, so to say, is much quicker, because even if I would have to interact with the human agent and, you know, I say what I want, unless we're sitting across, and then the conversation takes a while. But if we're emailing, for example, you know, then they send something, I'm like, can you change that? And then send back, and so back and forth, so it can take a lot. But I would maybe add a layer to that question, as how do you know if you prefer to hire an agent or hire an agency, how do you know that that itinerary was created by that agent and not ChatGPT?
Yeah, I'll give you 3 short examples from my experience. So last was Japan last year. Before I would investigate hundreds of sites, and my whole Japan trip was organized by ChatGPT, and I book online everything, hotels, experiences, everything, guided tours as well. So basically, everything was digital that I booked upfront, and everything was organized by ChatGPT. A year before that, I was in South America, Peru, Bolivia, and I investigated what I wanted to see, spanned across sites, books, and then I contacted the local agency and said, this is my itinerary that I want. And they actually booked with the local agency in Peru and Bolivia so that I could have personalized experience, but it was done by the agency. Australia was all online, and everything I booked, including flights, hotels, experiences online. So actual experience depends from the destination and from properties. In one side, if you can, you will organize it yourself or through ChatGPT, because it's much faster, much easier, and the result is very similar. On the other side, you need still people like in South America or so on.
Yeah, of course, depending on how complicated it is to communicate with them as well. How many of you travels with travel agencies, with, you know, basic, as we, you know, historical travel agencies? Are there any? Mm-hmm.
Awful.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so basically everything else is your own personally or AI generated trip. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the future of travel agencies also isn't. It's as bright as the day today outside. Okay. Yeah, well, so we were talking about some day-to-day usage of AI, but let's talk about what are some like cutting edge examples of AI in tourism, of some, you know, state-of-the-art examples, somewhere where all of you would want to be, for example, that are involved in tourism. Everyone can can answer, but I'm looking at Roberto with a reason. And this is also actually a question for you as well. First, let Roberto answer, and what I'll ask you after he does is when you travel, and I guess you've seen you know, examples all across the world of AI. What are the AI examples that are worth mentioning? Either good ones or maybe bad ones that weren't, you know, well aligned with that particular country or that particular experience and so on. So maybe try to think of an AI experience that is simply worth mentioning in any way. So yes, Roberto, please.
Yeah, I can't say the holy grail, but personalization, it's maybe the holy grail of hospitality in what is coming. There are maybe just a few things to mention. A couple of years ago, before the COVID, we actually started our own recommending engine machine learning model so that we could recommend experience to the guests. Fortunately, it wasn't ready at the time because the behavior of the agents that were selling they were not taking recommendations. They would just sell something, and then later on they would click on the site like something happened. So it wasn't prepared. But on the other side, what is more relevant, and Heidi mentioned it briefly, but you have to understand that in hyper-personalization or in any company, it's all about data. And mostly our companies have silos data. We have a booking engine with its own data. We have prop management system with its own data. We have CRM with its own data, surveys, and so on. The major challenge for us was not really how to make models for recommendation and train the models. It's more how to stitch the data and how to get information and insights from data so that we could build the models or that we could use some models. The last 2.5 years, we actually invested a lot in connecting all these platforms in real time within our data platform. So now we own the data and we stream the data to whoever needs it. So that's one thing. And I would say when you Google and when you get some commercials, when you get some ads, this is all hyper-personalized, and I think Google is the most advanced. And this is something that hoteliers or tourist companies want to achieve. We just didn't have technology to do that. We invested a lot in Google campaigns in past. What we've seen now, that regardless how much you invest, the benefit is not linear or exponential until you start personalizing. So we are actually doing a project now. We are pushing our personal data, and anonymous data, of course, to Google models so that we could achieve personalization on the campaigns. On the other side, we are building, or trying now to build, a recommending engine that would enable us to recommend guests the best product for them, the best fit, the best. But to achieve that, we actually had to collect in real-time data from all 200 restaurants and bars that we own, where we could track what the guest is spending on the product level. We collect data, what they do on the website, when they serve, what destinations they look, how they behave, and all this fits in real time into a data platform that fits the model. By doing that and by enabling our agents in call center, for example, to see that data, we were able to shorten the calls for 2.5 minutes. On 500,000 calls that we have, that means that the same amount of people can do 100,000 more reservations. In terms of 100,000 more calls. In terms of reservations, that would mean 17,000 reservations. So the same amount of people can now do 17,000 reservations more. When you translate in euros, that's 27 million euros. So basically, personalization and recommendation is the next step of kind of smart data connection.
Yeah, some significant numbers told here. Yes, Heidi.
Data is oil now, the new oil. But yeah, okay, so I'm not in the tourist industry, but I can give you an example or a vision of something, because you mentioned cutting edge technology, what is now really the big thing in the AI. So we've talked about ChatGPT, like so large language models. And what you could do with them is also create your own AI agent. So now, just to make a distinction between the agent in a call center or in an agency, this is like an AI assistant, let's call it that. So for example, you can build your own AI assistant or agent with ChatGPT, where you kind of, give it instructions, you narrow it down a bit to you tailor it to your needs. So you can say, okay, please act as a tourist agency or tourist agent. So, when I ask you for itinerary for a trip, it would give you maybe better answers than if you just use the regular ChatGPT. But with those, and a lot of, I know companies have built, for example, chatbots, because that also really automates the interaction, and it makes it more efficient because you need maybe less people, to interact with gazillions of questions that people can have. But a little bit of a problem that those large language models still do have is lack of control. So you're not always sure that they're going to understand the task and not go astray completely. And there is a big also problem of hallucinations, because I mentioned at the beginning, generative models, they generate. So they have no clue actually what they've generated. So they have to give you an answer now. Will that be factually correct or not? That is sometimes a question. I'm sure you've all experienced something that, you get something that sounds like a proper answer, but if you try to really look it up, and you see that it's completely made up. But technology advances, and now what is happening is the emergence of multi-agent systems. Now, what is that? It's literally having a team of, again, virtual AI agents, where each and every one is specialized for certain task or part of the job. You put them in a team, as you would with people, and you ask them to collaborate and communicate. And what happens is, out of a sudden, they can, so you have, out of a sudden, control, hallucinations are almost no longer there, but they can also execute much more complex tasks. Because with the example of ChatGPT, yes, you can ask it for the itinerary, and it will give you a list of where to go, which hotels to book and everything, but you still have to do the booking and everything on your own. You cannot ask ChatGPT to go and do it for you. But now, if you would create, you can create an AI agency, tourist agency, where out of a sudden, you could have several agents that could do even that part for you. They could go and connect to certain booking agents. They could go to the website of Valamar, for example, that would have obviously access to your credit card, because without that, it doesn't work. But they could execute those things for you. So there is really now a real push and a big wave when it comes to that next step of development in AI.
Could they pay instead of me as well?
If you give them your credit card, yeah, sorry, they cannot make money out of nowhere.
Too bad, too bad. Yes, Brun.
Yeah. I'm going to be a downer as well, because to me, it all sounds too perfect, too wonderful. But then the problem is, I believe that there is not a single person here who wrongly inputted wrong fuel into their car. Why am I saying this? Because the problem today, unfortunately, is the big thing of the cybersecurity and the security in general. And then again, all of this is possible if you feed them with proper data. If you don't feed them with proper data, there's a term called, I think it's garbage in, garbage out, right? So, sorry? Ego. Yeah, ego. So why I'm telling you this is I'm not that kind of a guy. Apart from LinkedIn, I don't have any social networks. I don't actually, even though it's a bit of a paradox right now, like to expose myself. I'm not using any of those stuff. Whenever I book something, I book by myself. Nobody has my credit card number, not even my better half. And that's saying something about me. I apologize. But then again, I'm not pretty much the customer you are aiming for. But then again, on the other side, when I trust somebody, when I give them option to use my credentials, to use my information, I end up being in a position where I am when I travel on business each and every time. But that feels good, though. That really feels good. But then again, it took some time to establish a relationship. And one additional thing, Roberto and majority of stuff they do in Valamar, they do on Dell Technologies infrastructure, which is a good thing. Majority, I'm not saying everything. But to tell you the truth, whenever I spend some time in Valamar, there's never a discount included. So you want to swap business cards or anything?
You have so many witnesses.
Yeah,
be careful.
We have partners for years, but we introduced a program that's called a year ago, Valamar Family and Friends. And you can become my friend and you will have a discount. So this is actually for all the friends of Valamar, that they could actually use discounts when they are booking online directly. And I just wanted to touch base on something that is approaching and that is new. So when I was talking about reviewing commands through machine learning models that we use ChatGPT, or similar LLM technology, the major challenge we faced was that we always had to make these comments anonymized, so that actually no one, what we sent into LLM networks in the cloud, that it doesn't mention personal names or Walmart or hotels or similar, and then we do the analysis. However, there is some interesting approach. It's called retrieval augmented generation, that is actually in place and very valuable for the companies. We are prototyping with that as well. That, in theory, would mean that you actually collect your knowledge within the vector databases, and then you use LLM models to understand the question and to provide results from the vector database that you own and where your data is, that you control, that is secure, and LLM networks will structure the result and the answer for you. So we've seen that in the business kind of internal communication or retrieval of data, instead of intranet and report and sharing, this is something where we are heading against, or at least we are now trying to validate the value of this, but I think it looks great.
It does, but I can tell you right away, you need multi-agent systems to make it even more reliable. But yes, I mean, of course, technology is advancing a lot, and because of a lot of things that you mentioned, like cybersecurity, fears of attacks, you have to be very careful, especially with LLMs, not to expose them to any sensitive data, because God knows what they could do with it. So there are a lot of techniques now that are being implemented, especially in big enterprises where you have a number of guardrails, to make sure that there are no leakages. I mean, even the regulation, GDPR, bloody hell.
Just wanted to ask you actually after this, what's the EU doing on those terms? Because privacy is the main question when it comes to AI. Ready, set, privacy. But you can only
just
touch on
one part. I mean, we now have the AI Act that is active or becoming active very soon, but of course nobody knows exactly how it's going to be implemented. Tiny little detail, but okay. So yes, the EU loves to regulate, so when it comes to AI as well, and they have made the risk-based approach, so the idea is to see what's the actual risk of whatever AI you're using, how it might harm the end users. And then to slap a level of regulation on it to make it either more strict or more loose. I mean, the intent behind it, I dare say it's good, because coming back to the human-centric approach and kind of trying to protect our privacy as well, I mean, to be honest, but also the way we live here in Europe. So there are some things that are already forbidden explicitly, so you cannot use AI for social scoring, which is one of the things that, for example, exists in China, where they track every movement you do. How do you pay your bills on time? Do you jaywalk? Do you whatever? And then, depending on all your actions, they're trying to, literally give you a score, and then based on that score, you have certain privileges or you don't have them anymore. So that is one thing that the EU said, no way in hell do we want that. The other is subliminal messaging. So you are not allowed to use AI for any kind of, subconscious persuasions of people. And well, there is now a little bit of a fight by using facial recognition. So of course, some authorities, like police and everything in the countries, want to use that because it could add to the security. On the other hand, it can also be misused, but I mean, every technology can be used for good and bad, so we'll see. It's going to bring a lot of, again, additional burden and regulation. We'll see how it's going to pan out. We don't know yet.
Yeah, of course. It's still in the shadows somewhere. Yes, Bruno? No, not yet. I haven't forgotten that I've asked them something. Actually, I just wanted to ask you if there's something that you would like to add to everything that Dave mentioned right now. So Heidi has mentioned some cutting edge technologies, some actually very good examples, also Roberto and so on. Is there anything that you would like to mention, any your experience with AI either in Croatia or somewhere in the world that is either good, either bad, something that is really, okay, I've noticed this and this is some label. Or of course, yeah, but you know, we'll have the closing ceremony part. But yeah, sure. Mhm. Here comes the mic. Yes.
Okay, hi all. We are coming from Slovenia, and I am one of the people in our organization that is working with AI. So, but I'm Croatian actually.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good combination.
I don't know if it's important now. When I was traveling, I sort of trying to explain how people are behaving, and whoever worked in tourism and works in tourism know that people are really hard to please. So my research field is on airports, and I mentioned and I not mentioned, but I saw that people on airports are afraid of AI technology. So airports are doing everything for the positive customer experience to be faster, to be seamless, to have a better processes. But at the end, people, for example, at biometry gate, they are not using the biometry because they are probably afraid or don't know what AI is. And they're waiting. So they're waiting a half hour more in a line. And they don't know that they can use the Croatian passport also and Slovenian passport on the biometry gates. So my question here is going in another direction. So we are coming from academia. So we are coming from the Faculty of Tourism, and we are learning the future employees. We are learning also about the customer experiences and everything. So I just wondered, what is before, egg or chicken? So who needs to put AI in the world of travel? So do we need educate the travelers and the future employees in tourism about AI, or industry needs to give academia some really good examples and help us to educate the people who are the future workforce? So maybe a little different perspective, maybe a little different opinion, but that is something that is currently in my mind. So I want to get your comments on that.
It's a very good question, actually. As I said, a very good Slovenian-Croatian combination. I knew something good is coming out of that. Yes, please.
Hello, I'm Eva, working at the Ministry of Tourism and Sport in international cooperation sector. And actually, I had some similar thoughts. I would answer that cooperation, collaboration would be answer to the future of society, not only tourism, but also this is the question of trust. And I think probably, you know, if you know more, you could trust or distrust more, but you could take a criticized look on everything you do. So I think the education would be a key answer, because the gentleman from Dell, he started with education. So yeah, probably we need to educate tourism workers, but also like society, and our kids are, well, they are growing in digital world, but are they aware of everything that digital brings? So probably at the end of all these digital tools that we have, it turns up to the communication and trust and collaboration. So, and I also have one question to Madam Heidi. What would be deep tech? You know, if my my daughter, who is now 10, asks you, so what is it, deep tech? How would you explain it? Just in a simple words, because I would like to know, and we all use some questions and some words that come on, let's just explain it very simply. What is it, and then go on. Thank
Madam
you.
Heidi, you've heard the question.
So I would say deep tech, very simply, is technology that needs a lot of research and development before it can come to the actual usage. So that's what we say, you know, because some of the things, some of the concepts simply take a long time to be developed. So that's in short.
And I would like to refer to your question. It's really easy to understand when you don't have time. So in my case, it's not a matter of trust. Time is your worst enemy, and I'm always late to everything in my life. The same case applies at the airport. I actually don't care who's going to see my data, but I know that I have to catch the flight. The same thing, like Heidi said, I think 15 minutes ago when it came to ATMs back in the end of the 70s. People just need to get adapted to it. And the fact that you're actually working on it right now is a huge thing, because I think that at the beginning of this year, Croatian Chamber of Commerce did a survey, and I think that out of 350 or 400 companies, 2/3 of them don't even understand what AI is, let alone to do something on the topic of AI. So we just have to sit there, wait. You have to work with your students, try to explain to them what are the benefits, and the time will come when they will just naturally try to use those stuff on a daily basis. Nothing else.
The time will come, yeah. When we need to give time to that time as well. Yes, closing words, yes. I think Roberto is a good person for that.
Add a couple of things on your question. So like in our company, we don't collect data if we don't have consent from the guest. We don't use Alexa because we don't know where the voice is going, and we don't know whether anyone is listening to our guest. We don't use face recognition, even though technology is available, so that we could make better personalization, because if someone gets to this data and security is not, strong enough for the type of data that we would collect. So basically we decided no for this type of things, especially because when someone comes from vacation, we don't want to track them and we don't want to gather information about them unless they really want to, because they expect something in return, like better experience. But with younger generations, they are willing to trade off their data or their digital footprint in return for some really better experience. So we have to adapt for both kind of. Maybe. At the end of the day,
you can't avoid it.
I'll
You
send
cannot
you a personal letter.
So we've concluded that we're all getting a discount at Valamar. Thank you, Roberto, very much. And thank you, Bruno, and everyone who has mentioned it. Frano has entered the room a couple of times, and my smartwatch is telling me that I've been sitting for too long and that I have to move. So, I mean, who am I to say no to a smartwatch? Thank you very much for your insights, for your questions, for listening to us, and thank you so much for your incredible answers. There we go. Both of them, as much as I'm concerned.
Okay, you were great, especially in English fluent. That's nice to hear. And now the story is true. The last workshop on this floor is free of charge. You will do something which everybody almost knows as 6 hats. So we need you to solve your problems in the companies for free. So if you have some, you can be a part of the workshop. Up to 10 people can join it. You will be solving real problems, huh? We can do it in English. Can we do it in English? We'll do it in Croatian, but if you need any assistance, there is always somebody to translate. Okay. So if your problems are in Croatian, we can do it fastly, but if you want to do it in English, it's okay. Robert is preparing. Dakle, za sve vas koji imate želje još pokušati riješiti određene poteškoće, rješavamo realne probleme. Rob je rekao da je u stvari najzadovoljnije ako imate neki problem u poslovanju, da ga danas ovdje riješite, a da njega uzmete sljedeći put. To je najmanji problem. Stoga ostanite s nama i nakon reklama. AI. Znači, Rob je preman. Za koji trenutak vam damo da udahnete zraka, spustio sam temperaturu, nema na čemu, jeste već bili ko na škrgama, bre. A onda ćemo nastaviti za koji trenutak. Dakle, čovjek koji ima iskustva u rješavanju problema svima je na dispoziciji. Iza toga, naravno, svi koji ste ovdje imate pravo na još jedan ručak, pa to je divno. Pa mislim, divna konferencija. Se jede i pije i jede, a dvorane prazne. To je to. Naš standard hrvatski. Što želite naučiti? Ali ono da je kulinarska radionica, onda ne bi došao niko, jer tamo ipak se mora kuhat. Znaš, to je to. Stoga hvala. Ajovci, idemo sada, za koji trenutak nastavljamo sa radionicom rješavanja poteškoća i problema, a ja idem u vrtić. Doviđenja.
Kaže u Njemačkoj den letzten beißen die Hunde. Znači ja sam sad zadnji ovdje i svi jedva čekamo ovoga da počne ručak, da je sve gotovo. A ovo što je ostalo sad nama za kraj je jedna, dakle, interaktivna radionica. Ne znam koliko znate o šešira. Vi znate o lateralnom načinu razmišljanja, ste se susreli već s tim, niste još nikad, ok, dobro. Dakle, ovako, onda ukratko. Znači, Edward de Bono, inače autor ovog cijelog modula, on je bio jedan od onih koji je, dakle, razvio teoriju razmišljanja i tražio je da se čak uvede u škole, razmišljanje, znači, kao osnova nekakvog načina discipliniranja vlastitog razmišljanja s jedne strane, a opet s druge strane mogućnosti sagledavanja svih mogućih problema iz različitih kutova, međutim bez da se izvrši nekakav sukob. Znači, ovo je idealno recimo za voditelje timova, za sve menadžere i tako dalje, koji, dakle, imaju nekakav određeni problem. Tako isto danas. Ja ću vas zamoliti, znači, da li ima netko od vas jedan konkretan problem u turizmu koji želite riješiti? Znači, važno mi je samo da je problem konkretan. Znači, pitali su me, na fakultetu da li možemo riješiti problem gladi u svijetu. Ne možemo, ali recimo konkretno ako imate neko selo i tako dalje, recite, imate ideju.
Evo, ja ću to ako je relevantan problem. Znači, radi se o nekom online platformi.
Dobro.
I oni kompletni ponudu turizma u Crnoj Gori. Platforma u razradi.
Dobro. Znači, sad ću uključiti. Znači,
platforma je još uvijek in the making, da tako kažem. I konkretan, znači mi smo reselleri i promoteri, a ujedno i pomažemo kao ekspertski tim iz vinske industrije vinarima kako da naprave i obogate svoju ponudu vinskog turizma.
Okay.
Sada, naš glavni problem je kako iz jedne Crne Gore male povezati to sa cijelim svetom, sa ostalim resellerima. Sad sam vidio, postoje neke razne platforme koje nude, mi ćemo vas povezati sa 30, 50 plus resellera, kao što je, ne znam, Viator, kao što je Expedia, kako zapravo takvu jednu platformu povezati sa cijelim svetom.
Kako platformu povezati sa cijelim svijetom? Ok, ovo je specifično, s obzirom da, dakle, dolazite iz Crne Gore, međutim pitanje je u auditoriji. Znači, da li možemo naći načine da pomognemo? Pitam vas sve koji ste ovdje. Znači, da li imamo ideju, da li vam se sviđa tema, da li možemo to staviti u obradu? Znači, da li ćemo naći svi zajedno kreativna rješenja koja bi, znači, mogla ovdje pomoći? Da li znate o vinskoj industriji, da li, s obzirom da ste vi ovdje iz ministarstva?
O vinskom turizmu. Znači,
o vinskom turizmu. Dakle, ok, ajmo reći da smo svi na neki način koji volimo, evo recimo ja za sebe mogu reći da sam jedan od onih koji, dakle, volim popiti dobro vino, i jedan dio tu čak bi se mogao naravno naći kroz taj dio. Dakle, da vas zanima konkretno kako povezati iz cijelog svijeta. Znači, ili baš ovdje konkretno da idemo na jednu zemlju, recimo na Hrvatsku, pa da onda se lociramo samo na Hrvatsku.
Može i jedno i drugo.
Jel može, jer cijeli svijet je, opet kažem, općenit, ali ako idemo samo kako se povezati sa Hrvatskom, onda ću vas zamoliti da vi budete asistent. Znači ovako, ja ću vam objasniti sad na koji način funkcionira ovo. Znači, postavili smo problem, vas ću zamoliti da budete moj asistent u ovom slučaju, s obzirom da ste vi taj čiji problem rješavamo, jel? Znači, nazvat ćemo... možemo. Samo nemamo kisika ako ćemo imati. Dobro. Znači, naziv će, znači, biti kako se povezati, znači kako vašu platformu napraviti, znači kako se povezati sa hrvatskim vinarima ili hrvatskim institucijama ili kako?
Ne vinarima, znači evo samo dam još malo više informacija.
Da, to ćemo sve, to ću reći. To ćemo ovako, to ćemo napraviti u bijelom šeširu. Znači, što je bijeli šešir? Prema Edwardu de Boni, u prvom šeširu, znači konkretno imamo 6 šešira, to ste čuli, u prvom, dakle, problemu sad stavljamo hladne glave, sve činjenice, znači, koje su vezane uz zadanu temu. Znači, ovdje ćemo ih samo zapisivati i naravno jednostavno staviti dakle, na papir kako bismo onda mogli iz tih pojedinih podataka znači, koje ćemo ovdje dobiti, a to naravno vi najbolje znate s obzirom da je vaš topik ovdje, i na vama je da u biti predstavite to svima nama, da možemo biti aktivnije uključeni u cijeli proces. Znači evo,
mi smo se povezali sa crnogorskim vinarima. Pomogli im da naprave vinske ture koje nisu imali do sada, da obogate svoju ponudu. Objasnili im da vinarije u Italiji, Francuskoj, Španiji imaju 50% revenue od prodaje vina, a 50% je od vinskog turizma. Crna Gora je mala zemlja, oni nemaju prostora za neki quantity u tom smislu da se takmiče sa ostalim zemljama, ali mogu imati veliki benefit kao turistička zemlja i da prodaju više i zarade više na osnovu vinskog turizma koji je underdeveloped trenutno u Crnoj Gori. Ono što smo mi uradili, mi smo napravili online...
To ćemo odmah upisivati kao natuknice. Znači, prvo ćemo znači, postaviti problem, znači vašu konkretnu temu kako bismo ciljano to mogli onda analizirati. Znači, moramo imati fokus, jel? A onda ćemo, znači, to sve što je gospodin pričao, to ćemo onda staviti jednostavno na papir kako bismo u bijelom šeširu razlučili vrlo jednostavne činjenice koje, znači, dovode do toga kako ćemo onda moći staviti to kao bazu za rješavanje konkretnog problema, jel? Edward de Bono. Znači, autor je Edward de Bono, dakle, on vam je razvio razmišljanje kao metodu. Mi ćemo, tako. Evo, kako znači...
Dakle, evo, kako povezati Wine Montenegro sa resellerima u Hrvatskoj. Znači, sa turističkim agencijama, online turističkim agencijama, ljudima koji će dovesti ljude turiste u Crnu Goru.
Tako, znači cilj je ovoga kako da ih prevučemo u Crnu Goru. Ok, ajmo sad znači staviti ono što ste počeli, znači basic facts. Znači one nekakve osnovne podatke koje znači moramo znati. Znači prvo koliko je platforma, koliko dugo ste na tržištu, takve nekakve stvari.
Ok, znači na platformi ima nekih 80-ak registrovanih vinarija koji imaju svoje...
Ok, znači 80 vinarija imamo, dakle, koje su na platformi. Znači u Crnoj Gori, naravno.
30 njih ima organizovan neki vid vinskog turizma, makar to bilo posjeta i degustacije.
Ok, znači to može biti onaj neki wine tasting, nešto, jel? Što je uključeno. Ok.
Od tih 30 vinarija možemo reći da ima nekih 60 različitih vinskih tura.
Okay. 60 vinskih tura, u redu. To je u vinskih tura, znači u organizaciji je to s kim sve? Znači da li imate povezano to sa više različitih, recimo, destinacija i da li je to suportirano od strane ministarstva, dakle takve nekakve detalje, to nam je sve važno.
Dakle, mi smo ovdje posrednici, nismo organizatori vinskih tura. Organizatori vinskih tura su vinarije i turističke agencije, odnosno turistički vodiči.
Okay.
Tako da naš posao je da promovišemo i prodamo ili preprodamo uslugu njihovu i povežemo ih sa turistima. Postoje tri vrste, tri tipa vinskih tura. Instantly bookable, znači one koji mogu odmah da rezervišem. Drugi tip je...
Znači tri tipa.
Napisat ću VT kao vinske tura.
Dobro.
instantly bookable.
Dobro.
Drugo je needs confirmation.
Ok.
I treće je tailor made.
Dobro. Što ste napravili recimo na promociji do sada?
Obzirom da platforma još uvijek nije live,
okay.
Nismo napravili ništa na promociji.
Ok, znači nema promocije.
Ali imat ćemo kroz 2 mjeseca event jedan sa...
Možemo pisati. Znači trenutno znači nema ovoga aktivne promocije, jel? Planiran je event za 2 mjeseca, jel?
Planiran je event na kome će biti bajeri iz Europe, gdje ćemo im u dvodnevnom nekom eventu predstaviti našu platformu i uradit ćemo field touru, pokazat ću im na licu mesta neke od ponuda i probati da se njima napravimo direktan kontakt. Znači ovdje se samo radi o B2B promociji.
Znači B2B promocija, znači za 2 mjeseca, trenutačno, znači prezentacija će biti za 2 mjeseca, trenutačno promocije, dakle nema. Još u ovom trenutku, jel? Što ste planirali, znači, za Hrvatsku konkretno? Ajmo reći sad. Da li ste već razmišljali u Hrvatskoj ili ste gledali samo cijeli svijet, s obzirom da smo stavili sad tematiku za Hrvatsku? Tu da li ste već stvorili nekakve kontakte?
Da. Ali opet B2B kontakt.
To bi trebalo znati, da znamo. Znači što je napravljeno pa da vidimo što još nije. Pa da iz toga onda u zelenom šeširu koji ćemo onda uzeti nakon bijelog, u kreativnom dijelu ćemo onda se malo poigrati s tim što je sve moguće napraviti, a da još nije napravljeno. Pa vas molim samo da zapišemo što je napravljeno. Jer ovdje velimo u bijelom šeširu čisto radi principa, znači analiziramo samo ono što je napravljeno, znači snimamo stanje.
B2B kontakt, ali samo za tailor-made ture.
Znači za tailor-made ture, dobro. To je znači ovaj treći, jel? Ok. Što nam je još važno? Što još možete reći o ovome, jel? Znači znamo da imamo, dakle vi bi htjeli znači povezati se znači sa resellerima u Hrvatskoj. Imamo dakle 80 vinarija koje su u vašem sustavu, od toga 30 vinarija dakle imaju ponudu vinskog turizma, 60 vinskih tura, 3 su tipa dakle te vinske ture, od kojih znači tailor made je ostvaren kontakt B2B ovdje u Hrvatskoj, jel? Ako to dakle dobro.
Tako je, ono što je važno je sada identifikovati online turističke agencije koje rade u Hrvatskoj, koje bi dalje preprodavale ove ture i naći model kako se povezati API-em sa njihovom platformom.
Znači tu bi trebalo dakle vidjeti turističke agencije, jel? To je pitanje kako se s njima povezati i što tu napraviti, jel? Ok. Taj dio svakako je i važan. Da li još imamo nešto što je važno za ovu temu? Znači kako se povezati, kako doći znači, do tih turističke agencije, to je do resellera ovdje u Hrvatskoj.
Kako doći do end usera također. Znači koji će vidjeti mogućnost da preko naše platforme rezervišu dodatne aktivnosti.
To bi bila druga tema. To bi bila druga tema jer ne možemo miješati kruške i jabuke, zato ja inače plavi šešir nosim ja pod navodnicima, plavi šešir znači mora razlučiti što je moguće, što nije. Znači ako se bavimo sa jednom temom, znači bavimo se sad konkretno sa resellerima, ok, mogu biti to turističke agencije, ali end user je B2C, jel? Znači taj dio ne možemo ovdje uzeti, ovdje smo sad striktno znači na B2B-u, ili ako želite možemo to sve zanemariti pa raditi B2C, to je
B2B je sasvim u redu.
Ok, može, u redu. Da li imate vi kakvih pitanja?
U koje vrijeme, onda ne znam vaša ljudi koje isključivo ne tome radi, da li ti ljudi uopće znaju, tako da nekako čime krećete da dođete do
Možda je to isto neki
Da.
zapravo rezultat. Znači, to je isto potpuno ujednačenje.
Da, to je cilj u stvari.
Evo ja sam zaštićena. Jer razmišljam ako ja nešto ne radim, koliko ja mogu svog vremena uložiti u to, imali to znanje, ali moram nekog drugog, a da dođem do svog cilja. Pa evo, vjerno si postavili neki.
Tako je.
Da, to je sve u ovom šeširu. Znači, u bijelom je jer moramo znati što su sve one postavili. Tako da je pitanje izvore.
Što se tiče instantly bookable tura, njih ćemo zanemariti ovdje, jer tu su organizatori vinari i nije potrebno dalje, nije potreban guide eksterni koji će sad voditi. Nego zakaže se termin, zakaže se tražena tura i vinarija je zadužena da to sprovede. Što se tiče ovih drugih needs confirmation and tailor-made, to rade turistički vodiči koji su nama partneri. Znači mi smo ovdje medijum koji promoviše njihove proizvode. Znači turističke agencije, online turističke agencije i obične turističke agencije imaju svoj B2B login na platformi na koji će moći da postavljaju requestove,
Znači, to je, moramo napisati, znači B2B login, jel? To je znači jedna vrsta, u stvari, intraneta, jel? Koja bi bila.
Tako je, i moći će da postavljaju svoje zahteve za tailor-made i needs confirmation ture. Znači, needs confirmation ture su već napravljene ture koji oni rade. Ukoliko neka turistička agencija želi, kao što imamo iz Italije sada dvojicu kolega koji rade 5-dnevne ture i hoće samo tailor-made za njihove putnike, onda popunjavaju određeni formular kako bi mi dobili potrebne informacije da kreiramo tu tailor-made turu, da im pošaljemo predlog.
Koja je ciljana skupina? Da li su to turisti, srednje dobi, starije dobi, poslovni ljudi, studenti, da li imate neku ili sve?
Mi smo napravili segmentaciju turista po nekom znanju o vinu. Znači imamo one eksperte koji znaju vino, koji idu baš ciljano da otkriju nešto novo. Imamo one koji znaju nešto o vinu, ali ne znaju baš puno, to je vino i wine tasting voza, vole da posjete vinariju, vole da probaju različita vina. Imamo entuzijaste koji ne znaju ništa o vinu, ali bi htjeli da... Imamo onda penzionere koji recimo ne moraju da znaju ništa o vinu, ali bi to bila neka dodatna aktivnost na njihovom putovanju. Ali imamo recimo, puni su hoteli u Crnoj Gori tokom zime i oni prosto sede tamo u hotelu i druže se, a mogli bi da imaju još nešto, neku dnevnu ekskurziju. Sad ne mogu da se setim još u ovoj segmentaciji, nije ni važno. Da kažemo da radimo sa ove 3-4 grupe ljudi. Ne možemo da pričamo o dobi sada, jer ja mogu da imam 25 godina i da vrlo dobro znam, da imam dosta informacija o vinu i da me to interesuje, a mogu da imam i 40 i da ne znam ništa o vinu. Tako da smo zato podelili na tu segmentaciju.
Ok. Istraživanje tržišta jeste li napravili prije nego što ste uopće ušli u cijeli biznis? Znači, koliki bi bio potencijal?
Napravili smo istraživanje tržišta, obzirom da nije postojalo skoro ništa, samo 3-4 vinarije radi wine turizam, tako da ovo je jedna blue ocean strategija, znači gdje god da stignemo u prvoj, drugoj, trećoj godini, bit će ogroman uspeh, mislim, u smislu novih vinskih tura, proširenja ponude, novih tur operatora koji će se uključiti u takvu vrstu koji će uključiti vinski turizam u svoju ponudu. Znači, ne mora to samo da bude poseta vinarije, nego može bude hiking plus bird spotting plus ručak i wine tasting u vinariji. Znači, cross connection.
Ja se ispričavam. Sad moram ja. Možemo ovu ideju zadržati za zeleni šešir, jer u zelenom šeširu ćemo sad ući, nakon što ovoga prođemo, da li još tu nešto fali. Može, tako da ćemo odmah onda krenuti. Ako imaš to za bijeli, da... Koja je dodana vrijednost?
Specifična vrijednost je vranac, koji je autohtona sorta, koji je vrlo onako potentno vino i prosto to je i kratošija također kao autohtona sorta, koja se smatra i majkom Zinfandela, odnosno primitiva. Znači u genetskom kodu primitiva je kratošija iz Crne Gore. Potvrđeno sa instituta iz Barcelona.
Kratoši.
Također, dodatna vrednost su prirodne lepote Crne Gore i blizina različitih atrakcija, da kažem tako. Na primjer, mogu da se popnem gondolom od Kotora na Lovće i da gledam jedan od najlepših pogleda u Evropi možda, na Kotor Bay. Onda da se spustim do Lipske pećine, da prođem kroz jednu fantastičnu pećinu koja je odlično organizovana, su uzeli Slovenci da je rade. Da je sjajno sad. I na kraju da završim tu poludnevnu turu u vinariji Marković, koji ima izvanrednu vinariju. Priroda je neverovatna, imaju sjajan restoran i da tu probamo vina, da saznamo nešto novo o procesu njihove proizvodnje. Oni također imaju različite neke autohtone sorte koje ne možete da probate, tipa crna tamjanika. Možda u 3 vinarije u Srbiji i Crnogori koji proizvodi vino od crne tamjanike. Znači baš onako unikatno. I možda ćete moći da napravite, ukoliko to želite, tailor-made kupažu. Znači, oni vas sada nauče tamo kako da pomešate različite vrste vina u svoj stakleni sud i onda mi taj sud flaširamo, zapišemo koji je procenat čega i sad nakon toga napravimo tailor-made etiketu. Znači stavimo vaše ime na etiketu i napišemo šta je u tom vinu, koja je kupaža, da li je to Cabernet Sauvignon plus Merlot plus vranac, recimo u određenom promeru. I vi onda pođete kući sa jednim suvenirom koji ste sami napravili.
Odlično.
Recimo, to je jedna od onako, to je half a day tour, ili može biti celodnevna tura. Bukvalno slike koje se naprave na gondoli i kako se zove, i u Lipskoj pećini, i imate još tailor-made vino koje ste poneli kući i onda pričate prijateljima kako ste sami pravili vino. Mislim, bukvalno se radi o simulaciji kupažiranja vina. Znači nije uopšte igra, nego baš naučite koja je logika samog sklapanja različitih vina u jednu kupažu.
Velim, mi koji se bavimo malo isto tako površno, barem ja turizmom, ovo mi zvuči jako interesantno. Ali evo, ajmo se vratiti malo na princip. Znači, sad smo u bijelom šeširu, znači imamo metodu Edwarda de Bono, gdje dakle skupljamo sve informacije koje su vezane za temu, dakle kako povezati sa resellerima u Hrvatskoj. Konkretno, znači nama je cilj kako, na koji način da se jednostavno...
Tako je, to je online platforma. Kao booking.com, samo za wine turizam. Tako ga posmetrajte.
ulozirati i ja kao turistički vodič mogu prodavati te ture svojim gostima. Ili pa sam turistička agencija.
Vi ste organizator. Znači, vi ste organizator ture, samim tim, ako ste turistički vodič ili turistička agencija. Mi možemo da vam pomognemo da kreirate jednu ovakvu turu, da vam damo ideju. Recimo, možete ovo da uradite, da vas spojimo sa vinarijom, da vam sve organizujemo. I da napravimo na našoj platformi taj proizvod koji se zove vinska tura, odnosno half day tour, gondola, Lipska pećina, poseta vinarije Marković sa... Neke su gotove, neke nisu gotove. Znači, ovdje bukvalno može da se radi. Sad, vi kao turistički vodič ne morate da znate puno o vinu. Zato što vi ste ih poveli od gondole, od Kotora gondolom na Lovćen, pa ste im pričali malo o Lovćenu i o Kotorskom zalivu. Onda morate da znate nešto o Lipskoj pećini, naravno. Ali kad dođete u vinariju, onda preuzimaju... Tako je. Ali kad dođete u vinariju, onda... Znači, da biste vi prodavali, znači da bi se registrovali kao partner, znači možete da se registrujete kao turistički vodič i da sami kreirate turu. Ili da nama pošaljete šta vam je ideja, pa da mi umjesto vas kreiramo turu, da stavite cenu, mi stavimo naš commission i tako dalje. Naš dalji posao je da promoviramo tu turu i da je reselujemo celom svetu. Razumete? I onda kroz našu platformu neko rezerviše, vi ste dobili poruku da je neko rezervisao za taj i taj datum, vi onda prekrižite taj datum u svom kalendaru. Nešto tako. Tako je, znači vi kreirate ili mi kreiramo, znači mi smo sad vaša angažovali kao partnera i rekli smo mi ćemo da vam kreiramo 4 proizvoda, 4 vinske ture koje ćete da radite tokom sezone između aprila i septembra i radite samo to, recimo. Jer se radi o celodnevnim turama, nemate vremena kada da radite nešto drugo. Da. Da. Trenutno imamo 2 agencije koje imaju 3-4 vodiča, znači ima...
Ili ako je neko novo na tržištu, onda ona kreće. Sad je to pitanje što uzimati novo, koliko imate znate da je to i tako. Tako da vi agencije mi se čini malo. Za porudu koju imate na platformu. 30 kuna je 60 kuna je jako puno. Da to recimo hendla 2 agencije.
2 agencije to ne hendla, znači mi pričamo 60 vinskih tura koje organizuju vinarije, ne agencije. Razumete? I to su ove instantly bookable vinske ture, razumete? A ovo su ostale, zato needs confirmation. Razumete? Znači vi morate kao vodič da kažete da ja sam slobodan tada i prihvatit ću da vas vodim. I onda imamo minimum broj osoba. Znači, nije isplativo za takvu jednu turu da bude ispod 5 osoba, je li tako? A imamo također i maksimum broj osoba zbog transporta, recimo. Zbog kombija, kombi nam je 10 mjesta, plus vozač i vodič. Potencijalno, znači prema prevoznom sredstvu i prostoru u kom se odvija tura definišemo maksimalan broj učesnika u jednoj turi. Tako da 60 tura, znači imate od tih 60, 40 je možda degustacija i poseta vinarije, koju organizuje vinarija. I kad turista bukira to, onda mi nema više ništa s tim. Mi smo samo naplatili, sve je što kroz nas i onda je platili smo dalje vinaru koji jeste, onda nema kontakta uopšte ni sa kim drugim. On je bukirao, jer to je samo sigurnost gosta da će dobiti to što traži i da će platiti cenu koja je iskazana. Mislim,
odlično. Ja mislim da sad znamo otprilike o čemu se radi, jel? Znači imamo kako povezati WOM sa resellerima, dakle to je online platforma koja dakle povezuje sve zajedno. Ciljene skupine bi bili znači eksperti koji znaju nešto o vinu, entuzijasti, penzioneri. Turističke agencije znači su jedne od tih koji dakle rade, imaju B2B login preko interneta. Dodane vrijednosti bi znači bili koje bi se istaknule Vranac, Kratoši, ljepote Crne Gore, atrakcije i naravno jedinstvene vinske ture. Isto tako je dodana vrijednost ova dakle kupaža, koja se dakle radi, gdje se dakle posebno pošira vino, gdje je dakle jedna tailor-made ovoga etiketa. Trenutno imamo znači 2 agencije sa recimo 4 vodiča koje su u sustavu, minimalno je 5 osoba da bi bilo sve zajedno isplativo i imamo nekakav maksimum isto zbog određenih logističkih stvari koje dakle možemo ili ne možemo. Imamo dakle 80 vinarija, 30 vinarija sa ponudom baš vinskog turizma, 60-ak vinskih tura i imamo 3 tipa znači VT-a. Rekli smo da se nećemo baviti sa ovom prvom, nego ćemo se baviti dakle sa tailor-made, recimo need confirmation, tako je. I sad je nama znači interesantno kako na koji način ovdje u Hrvatskoj napraviti B2B promociju. Sad dolazimo u zeleni šešir. Znači u zelenom šeširu se dešava nešto jako lijepo, dakle dešava se to da zaboravite na sve što znate u smislu ograničenja sa strane negativnih misli. Isto tako razmišljate kreativno. Dakle, ovdje dakle vidjet ćete kroz ono što ćemo raditi u poslije zelenog šešira, imat ćemo lijevak na neki način kroz koji ćemo sve ideje profiltrirati, pa ćemo onda vidjeti da li je ta ideja dobra ili nije. Ali sad vas molim sve zajedno. Znači da ne kritički, slobodno ono što vam prvo padne na pamet, kažemo na temu kako se znači povezati sa resellerima u Hrvatskoj. Da. Tako je. Sve ideje. Znači, da li imamo kakav konkretan turistički sajam? Idemo konkretne biti. Place to go, to je arena, ok. To go, dalje. Ok. Moramo sad za Hrvatsku, jel? Znači, place to go, ok. Ne, sad samo nabacujemo samo. Poslije ćemo to filtrirati. Znači, ok, vinski sajmovi, idemo dalje, znači ja ću odmah napisati vinu min, to znamo svi, dakle to je časopis jedini za vino trenutno koji je dakle u Hrvatskoj aktualan. Dalje. Da, tako je. Ok. Super, dalje. Da. Tako je. Rasprodano naprijed. Ja sam bio u Ludbregu sad nedavno. To je ludo. Sve ćete ovoga poslije. Dalje. Ja bih čak rekao da bi tu se dalo i regionalno, županijske razvojne agencije. Gdje bi mogli, dakle... Postoji, tako je. Onda ja ću dodati...
Upravo tako. I digitalizacija također.
Znači ja sam dodao ovoga uz ovaj Interreg i prekograničnu suradnju, dodao sam Wine Story, dakle Wine Story, ne znam koliko...
Ljudi iz regiona dolaze uglavnom autima ili autobusom. Ljudi koji su malo dalje dolaze avionom.
Znači onda bi ja rekao omogućiti...
Ok, to je B2C.
To je B2C, ali dobro. Može biti dalje. Može biti ovaj dio, kad smo rekli, znači oko ovog dijela B2B, što još možemo tu? Znači tu imamo recimo taj Wine Story koji je dosta interesantan, jer on isto je na neki način povezan isto sa B2B-em iz razloga jer su vinari tamo koji su. Znači možda nekakva suradnja sa nekakvim vinarima koji bi mogli vama ovdje napraviti jednu kontra uslugu, kako bih rekao, pa da se povežete da vi napravite jedan event tu, jedan event tamo. Znači definitivno, ja bih rekao, jedan ciljani event. Jedan ciljani event B2B.
Zapravo strukovne udruge da poslati informaciju, možda ako imaju svoje digitalne kanale, stranice, Instagrame, Facebooke, biti kao promocija. Onda recimo udruga Crkvima onda je jedna udruga, udruga poslodavaca za karijere, tako nešto. I oni imaju super edukaciju digitalne, pa onda bi možda to bilo onak stručnosti case study za neku. Da ima primjer, ali čisto da je za njih na znanju. Društvo Hrvatske, oni su, to je samo malo, Hrvatska udruga društava turističkih zajednica. Da, u biti postoji krovna udruga turističkih vodiča, dakle postoje gradske i postoji krovna koja šalje svima informacije. I oni su jako aktivni na...
Oni su više s ove druge strane, oni su organizatori tura u Hrvatskoj, a nama treba neko ko hoće da ispromoviše te ture.
Ovdje nećemo sad. Poslije ćemo filtrirati.
TikTokeri, tako je.
Ali jučer kad sam slušala online konferenciju, onda je bila kolegica Hajdi Ćenan da je dala training story. Zapravo na toj strani postoje popis agencija, hrvatskih agencija, koji rade koji prodaju svoje proizvode i rade baš B2B. I onda je tamo popis nekih agencija, znam da je kolegica Vodički, malo sad sličila agencija. Dakle, oni su vama niša, B2B, znači oni su ljudi koji prodaju proizvod, ne samo Hrvatsku, jer tako već Hrvatska možda je jedna vodna, Amerikanci i slijedi za ljudi.
Moje jedno slušalo agencije, recimo, vidite stvari agencije nude transfer pakete za, na primjer, Dubrovnik i okolicu. Neko će doći u Dubrovnik, jako puno ljudi, gotov je na korak, zašto ne bi otišli na jedan dan?
Upravo tako, jako puno ljudi dođe, sleti u Dubrovnik i onda iznajmi rent-a-car i iskoristi priliku da obiđe i Crnu Goru i Bosnu i Hrvatsku.
Da. Split. Da. Da. Da.
Agencije koje već prodaju nešto na aerodromu, ako pričamo o biznisu, tako neka druga priča, ali cruising turizam, ok, dok imaju potreba, neko dođe u Dubrovnik, dođe ekipa, cruiser ostavio.
Da, ali oni imaju ponuda
Da, idealno. Znači, se ovi dođe u Kotor i onda imaju ceo dan da se popnu.
Dobro, to ćemo poslije analizirati zašto. Idemo sad samo samo bacamo ideje. Samo bacamo. Bacili smo ih već dosta. Evo imate ih ovdje 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, već imamo dakle preko 20 ideja. Institucija. Evo, pišemo. Može. Da, ok.
Da li ima nekakva, obično su organizirali Hrvatsko autentικά
Komora.
Da li ima
Evo, to ćemo zapisati kao komora CGHR. Ok, dalje. Što bi još mogli? Znači, škole, fakulteti, agronomski fakulteti ili nešto. Ja to slučajno... Pa stručna, to sam mislio. Ja sam mislio na to. Ja sam mislio, s obzirom da mi je žena vinari, znam da su oni išli.
može biti ekskurzija, naravno,
studijsko putovanje, ja.
Zapravo, dobro,
Što sa digitalnim načinom? B2B. Da li imate LinkedIn?
LinkedIn, da.
Imate, znači, profil i aktivno djelujete sve?
LinkedIn, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube.
To nismo rekli, to je u bijeli šešir. Znači, postoje, ok. Da, ok. Znači, plaćeni bi bilo najbolje u ovom slučaju B2B na LinkedIn.
To je B2...
Ne.
B2B na LinkedIn.
Ne, pardon, upravo je, gospođo. Znači, B2B LinkedIn je B2B. Znači, tu imate onaj LinkedIn Premium, recimo, onda je to plaćeno, jel? Ciljano je B2B. Znači, to je evo, tu ćemo staviti LinkedIn, jel?
Da, to je odličan kanal, sad kasnije ćemo analizirati.
Kasnije ćemo to, evo, ajmo. Aha, ciljana emisija, mislite, jel? Znači, ciljana turistička emisija plaćena, jel? Dobro, ali mi gledamo kako ćemo u Hrvatskoj povezati. Znači, sad Crna Gora nam nije interesantna, gledamo u Hrvatsku, znači, vi ste u pravu, postoji turizam, jel? Pa onda da se tu, recimo, plati jedan prilog ili da se sponzorira ili da se nekako studijsko putovanje napravi za novinare, jel? Znači, studijsko putovanje za novinare, jel? Kako ste rekli Fiat? Fiat. Dobro. Ok.
Wine of Montenegro, ali nije live još uvijek.
Da.
Radi platformu Transition Pathway, Tourism Transition Pathway, znači tranzicijski put turizma, gdje će napraviti online platformu gdje se svi turistički djelatnici mogu registrirati i povezivati i zapravo objavljivati svoje, koji će biti, trebali biti gotovo sa nekim sredinom novembra. staviti na turističkom forumu turizam.
Ok. Mi smo odlični, ja čak ovdje ne moram, znači ovako. Obično znači postoje, dakle sad neke metode, sad čisto malo da idemo u analizu ovoga metode, znači sad bih ja trebao tu još malo nekakve ključne riječi ili bismo mogli dati papir koji cirkulira, jel, pa da dođemo još do ideje, ali mislim da nema potrebe jer nema ni vremena, već je 10 do 4. A ja bih volio sad ovako. Sad ćemo napraviti znači evaluaciju. Evaluacija ide vrlo jednostavno, od ovoga što je sve tu znači provedivo, jel, kroz to da ćete, sad se možete sjesti malo vi da se odmorite, vi ćete sad davati, znači sad ćemo, svako od vas će mi dati sad samo svoju ruku za ono što misli da je provedivo na prvu, a onda ćemo poslije još analizirati, jel, jer malo smo s vremenom na knapu. Znači, ko misli da može place to go pomoć u onom cilju, kako smo rekli, znači da se povežemo sa resellerima place to go. Place to go. 1, 2, 3. Vinski sajmovi. Ciljani vinski sajmovi. 3. Vi ne mislite, jel? Vi sudjelujete ovdje u... Ok. E sad, ja ću objasniti kratko Vinomin. Znači, Vinomin vam je ciljani časopis, znači jedini trenutačno koji postoji za vinare u Hrvatskoj. Znači, nekad je bio Svijet u čaši i to je u stvari B2B magazin jer nije B2C. Makar ima naravno i od odira sa B2C, ali u principu je namijenjen prvenstveno ga čitaju vinari. On izlazi 2-3 puta godišnje, čini mi se, imate ga i dolje. Ko misli da bi ovo bilo dobro? Suradnja. Ne, dići ruku, samo vidi. Ne, nije. Hrvatska, to je Hrvatska. A interesantno nam je Hrvatska. Znači, ruka. Koliko ima pretplatnika, to ne znam, ali znam da svi uzimaju oni koji trebaju uzeti. A govorimo ovdje o tima koji trebaju uzeti. Znači, jedni i drugi. Znači, ima ga, oni ga u biti podijele. Znači, imaš ga recimo za uzet tu dolje. Može ga prelistat dole, sam ga gledao isto. Znači, da. Ok. Wine and walk. Wine and walk. Princip, znači da se napravi. Sandra. Wine and walk, nisi za. Ovisi ideja, ok. Vinski maraton, to je slična stvar, pa ćemo... Da, to ćemo staviti pod jedno. Idemo dalje. HGK sektor turizam, da se povežete. Ok. Razvojne agencije, EU projekti, znači da se ponovo napravi povezivanje, apsolutno da, idemo dalje. Interreg, ista stvar u stvari, to je opet jedno te isto. Wine story, to ću isto reći, znači Wine story vam je, to znam ja iz prve ruke, znači Wine story vam je nekoliko puta godišnje, znači vam dođu ciljani vinari i naravno publika koja je vezana uz vino, tamo se napravi znači priča sa vinarima ili sa nekim ko organizira nešto, jel to obično bude, u stvari bilo je zadnje u Matrixu, u Matrix Spaces ovdje u Zagrebu, tu su dakle bili sad, evo zadnji put iz Oklaja je bio jedan Đapo vinar, koji je dakle predstavio isto tako dakle vina i vođene ture, dakle to se isto može dogovoriti, znam čak da je tu cijena nije ono prevelika tipa ako se znači nađe nekakva suradnja, bili su Slovenci, oni La Familia ako znate iz Ptuja recimo, jel? Isto zadnji put, dakle taj dio se može dogovoriti i tu onda imate ciljenu publiku, jel? Ko misli da bi tako nešto bilo? Ok. Idemo dalje. Časopis u avion. Avion. Dobro, ok. Ciljani eventi, znači B2B. Ciljani eventi, znači da se rade, jel? Ok. UHPA, dakle Putnička agencija, udruga, da se njih kontaktira sa proizvodom. Sandra. Ciljem ih imata. I vi ste uključeni isto, može, ne može, samo trebam dane. Ok, može. Strukovne udruge, znači putem digitalnih kanala da se isto tako. tu su bili, znači, u kontekstu i ovoj putnički. Znači sad, ok, ajmo ovako, ajmo to preskočiti jer smo se ponovo vratili tu na upuh, ajmo na upuh. Edukacije, case study, kontakti, da, ne, idemo, ruke. Ne, ok. Društvo turističkih vodiča, informaciju slati. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ok. TikTokeri, ciljano, ok. Udruge, agencije, to smo već rekli. Znači, agencija, Dubrovnik i okolica, znači da se kontaktiraju agencije koje dođu, dakle, svi da, ok. Znači, promocija na aerodromu, B2B. Skepsa, ok. Ok, kruzer i Dubrovnik. Ok. Ok. Ovo je da, ali ok, jasno. Dobro. Obratiti se crnogorskim institucijama, to je doduše full ona tema, ali u stvari treba je napraviti, ali komora, Hrvatska Crna Gora, da li postoji, ako postoji da se njima obratite, to nemate šta razmišljati, po meni uopće to je 5. Stručna, znači, ekskurzija za fakultete sa nekakvim studijskim putovanjima. To je nešto drugo. Plaćeni B2B preko LinkedIna, znači premium, proizvod 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ciljene turističke emisije plaćene, znači u Hrvatskoj. Ne, to neće, ok, sad samo prvo, proći ćemo. Da. Može? Ok. Studijsko putovanje, znači za turističke novinare. Ok. Tranzicijski put turizma, ovo što je malo prije kolegica rekla, znači registracija, preuzimanje i sve to, apsolutno da. Sad ovako. Sad vidimo iz ovoga, ajmo se malo vratiti na princip Edwarda de Bono. Znači, mi bi sad mogli svaku ovu pojedinu proći kroz matricu. Znači, matrica je ovdje u stvari vrlo jednostavna. Znači, sad velim da imamo više vremena, onda bi se malo više igrali. Ali imaju, znači, kriteriji koji su ovdje vrlo jasni. Znači, ako je lako nešto za napraviti, onda je to 9. Jel? Ako je prilično teško je 3, ako je vrlo teško 1. I tako isto je sa novčanim sredstvima, znači koliko nam treba novca, i učinkovitost u izvedbi. Znači, svaki od tih je pa ću vam samo uzeti za primjer. Evo, recimo, uzet ćemo primjerice ovako. Ne, nećemo provlačiti sad jer nemamo niti vremena. Ja moram... A da imamo, uzeli bi ove koji imaju, znači, najveće, ne? Jer velim, to je čisto zbog vremena. Mislim, ova radionica vam traje, recimo, 8 sati. Ja kad bi to išao in depth, to bi trajalo stvarno 8 sati. Ovo je sad više manje pokazno, na kraju ispada, ali imat ćete koristi toga. Ono što je važno je, recimo, da vidimo koliko bi, recimo, jedna, evo, ajmo vidjeti ovo. Znači, ciljana turistička emisija, ajmo ju staviti, recimo. Da li je to lako za napraviti? 9 je vrlo lako, 3 je prilično teško, 1 je vrlo teško. Što mislite? Znači, 9 je vrlo lako, 3 je prilično teško, 1 je vrlo teško. Teško. Evo, i vidite, to znači košta to nećemo. To je sljedeće pitanje. Ali evo, recimo, tu dobijamo 5 bodova, jel? Onda idemo dalje. Novčana sredstva, 9 skoro ništa, 3 je prilično ili 1 jako puno novaca. Jako puno. Što vi mislite? Vi mislite... Ok, onda znači tu ne stavljamo peticu, nego stavljamo, onda znači stavljamo osmicu, eto. Ali ovdje u Hrvatskoj. Da. Znači, novčana sredstva skoro ništa je 9. Ajmo samo izglasati to na brzinu, čisto da vidite kako ide. Znači, koliko bi bilo? Znači, da li bi bilo skoro ništa, prilično ili jako puno novaca? Što mislite? Ja mislim da bi bili prilično. To je, znači, 3 puta 5, čisto da vidite kako to ide. Znači, 15 i sad učinkovitost u izvedbi. Znači, koliki bi bio učinak ako bi to išli raditi? Znači, 9 je jako visok učinak, 3 je djelomično ili 1 je malo? Djelomično, što vi mislite djelomično? Ok, onda bi to opet bilo 15. I onda bi mi izbrajali tu, recimo, bodove, imali bi 38 bodova, znači, za ovo. Znači čisto da vam objasnim malo što se tu dešava i tako bi onda mogli sad sve skupa ovo analizirati. Jel? Međutim, s obzirom da je 4 sata i da vi isto ste gladni, sad ćemo napraviti sljedeće. Sad ćemo preskočiti malo sve ovo i bazirat ćemo se na, recimo, ajmo vidjeti ovako. Ja vam sad stvarno želim pokazno ovoga da vidite. Znači, uzet ćemo recimo ovu Agenciju za Dubrovnik i okolicu. Ajmo to još prevući. Što mislite, da li je to lako za napraviti? Vrlo lako 9, 3 prilično teško, 1 vrlo teško. Kontaktirati agenciju. Lako, nemamo šta. Znači 9 puta 5, znači 45 bodova. Novčana sredstva koje morate uložiti, znači da bi kontaktirali te agencije, 9 skoro ništa, 3 je prilično jako puno. Skoro ništa 1. Da li kužite vidite što se tu dešava? Učinkovitost u izbiri. Što mislite koliko bi bilo učinkovitosti? Jako visoko 9, 3 djelomično 1 mali. Jako visok, znači 9 puta. I opet imamo. I sad gledajte što se tu dešava. Na jedan put imamo ovdje, matematički čisto, jel? Imamo 105 bodova. Pardon, 95, krivo. 95 bodova, jel? Znači sada bi mogli svaku tu pojedinačno, ali nemamo vremena. Sada ćemo ali recimo ovo uzmite kao ideju i ovo se sve prepišite jer to je za vas, vrijednost je za vas da vama ostane da se napravite. Ono što ćemo sad napraviti, sad ćemo skočiti u metodi svi u takozvani žuti šešir. Znači u žutom šeširu se mi oslobađamo svih kritika koje znamo. U žutom šeširu sad razmišljamo samo koje su prednosti ako kontaktiramo ove agencije. Koje su prednosti ako ih kontaktiramo? Znači novi kanal distribucije, novi seleri, novi kanal promocije. Da, mi gledamo iz perspektive. Znači mi smo ta firma, mi smo ta platforma, što je nama tu korist. Znači vrlo jasno, znači imamo novi kanal distribucije, imamo novi kanal promocije, znači što još imamo? Potencijalni klijenti, nove ideje, veći broj turista, jednako tako je. Ok. Sad ovako, sada se zamislimo malo, izbacimo žuti šešir, skinemo ga i stavljamo se u crni šešir. Znači što je negativno na tome ako mi kontaktiramo agencije u Dubrovniku i okolici? Što to može izazvati? Znači copy-paste. Copy-paste, opasnost. Što dalje? Znači resursi. Platformu. Dalje. Što je još negativno? Jel bi se mogli, ne znam, buniti vinari, možda drugi, zašto sad njih ne? Možda. Ali uglavnom, evo. Znači, u stvari, kad gledamo sad, opet velim, hladna glava, znači gledamo malo plus i gledamo minus, znači na kraju imamo jako puno više plusova, puno manje minusa. I sada, ovu ideju provlačimo kroz takozvani crveni šešir. Znači, što je crveni šešir? Znači, makar su sve brojke na određenoj strani pozitivne, makar je sve Ono što vama u trbuhu, to je Edward de Bono isto uzeo u obzir. Znači ono, znate, kad su litirići u trbuhu, ovo, ono, sve kad ide, on je uzeo i taj aspekt isto u obzir. Znači nisam imao jedanput priliku, radio sam ovo preko 100 puta, nije šala, gdje su sve brojke bile na strani, ali pitao sam ono da, ne i ne. Da li kontaktirate agencije, Sandra? Eto. Vrlo jasno. To je onaj osjećaj. To je onaj feeling. Znači, to je onaj feeling koji vi morate jednostavno imati. Evo, ja sam produžio čak ja se nadam ovako. Znači, ja sam htio vama pokazati sistem. Znači, mi smo sad ubrzali jako. Znači, ja bi sad morao svaku ovu analizirati, ideju, bodovat i onda bi mi imali jako zgodno rješenje. Ima jako puno ideja. Što mislite koliko sam ja prošao takvih ideja? Znači, preko 100 puta sam radio. Od Atlantika, Podravke do manjih raznih ideja. Do odnosa ljudskih, kako implementirati 6. tajnicu među 5, svašta sam prošao. Dakle, ovo je vrlo zgodan alat koji koristi samo ako imate konkretan problem. Znači, ne općenito, to ne. Mi rješavamo, ali rješavamo ako imate problem. I vjerujte mi, svi koji su više manje to koristili su iskoristili barem 1, 2, 3, 4, nije uopće važno. Recimo, radio sam za Terme Tuhelt, isto radim, onda smo imali Areon, onda su imali kako povećati promociju, znači na point of sale. Znači, sve se može uzeti u obzir što je konkretno. Znači, i onda se jednostavno tu provlači kroz ovaj dio. Znači, samo je važno da se cijeli taj postupak vrlo dobro radi. Da. Da. Naravno, kako ne. Tako je. Kako ne. Oni mogu... Tako je. I oni dobe u biti rješenja. Vi sad ovdje imate, vidite koliko rješenja. Vi ste se ovo slikali. Sad tu, gdje god vam je 5, nemate šta razmišljati. Odmah u analizu i krenete u implementaciju. Jel vam pomoglo? To sam ja sad htio pitati.
Sam način razmišljenja je negdje meni sličan. Ja sam to nekako vjerovatno i vidim, nekako intuiciji. Ali ovo je mnogo strukturalnije, mogu da pokuće i između partneri i kolege i rješavaju problema na tom praktinu. I dobili smo puno ideja. Kad jednostavno taj oslobađajući moment, sad radimo, sad bacamo samo ideje.
Tako je.
Različemo da li može, znači to segmentiranje u evaluaciji ideja je prirodna ideja je sjajna. Mislim da dosta pomože da se dođemo tekstu nekog odgovora na rješenje.
Lijepo zaključne reći. Hvala vam svima što ste ostali. Evo, gledali smo da ne produžimo previše, znači 4 sata i 7 minuta, dolje je ručak, tako da nam se ne ohladi. Eto, hvala vam svima još jedan put. I sretno, naravno. Da, pozovite kad će biti svakako.